I am translucent from Team New Base. We are the first Indian team to qualify for PMS finals. Hoping to put up a good show.
我是台港澳赛区的 GSW YU， 请大家多多指教。
Halo, nama saya Ezar. Di tim saya dipanggil Gops. Kami dari tim Ato.
アンラッキー所属のサニーサイドアップです。よろしくお願いします。
प्राथमिक चिकित्सक किट
这是急救包，
Darah.
応急キット。
हरा गोली
5.56毫米子弹，
Pelor hijau.
5.56。
तवा
平底锅，
Panci.
フライパン。
मौली
燃烧瓶，
Oli.
火炎瓶。
ऊर्जा पेय
能量饮料，
Minuman.
エナジードリンク。
उड़न खटोला
滑翔机，
Glider.
グライダー。
BDSM
装甲车，
Tank.
投降者。
headshot
爆頭，
Pala.
ヘッドショット。
पेटी
空投，
Drop.
補給物資。
chicken dinner
大吉大利，今晚吃鸡。
Chicken.
とんかつ。
this is विजेता सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीम
他们得冠，
Juara.
優勝。
hardcore insane if my teammate does that. Fucking math mad expert.
我觉得太晒了吧。
Super banget. Kayaknya dia nggak mau nge-team sama saya.
おーってなりますね。
If any Indians are watching, thank you for supporting, and I hope we make a good performance that makes India proud. Once again, thank you.
对这季非常的努力，做很多功课，相信我们一定可以得冠。还有感谢所有粉丝的支持。
Untuk PMS tahun ini udah mantap semua. Bagian qualifier dari sampai cup itu udah bagus. Sama untuk fans jangan lupa dukung tim Indo dan tim Ato di final PMS 2026. Makasih.
今回 PMS 日本からはアンラッキーチームしか出てないんですけど、全力で頑張って上位に食らいつきたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
拜拜。
バイバイ。
バイバイ。
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
A new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial armor. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion,
コメ
choosing
ン
from
トと
different
かで
paths,
僕
upgrading your
の
gear,
声が少ない
and
とか、
fighting against
小さいとか、
increasing odds to challenge and
ゲーム
defeat
音が
the
大きいと
architect.
かあったら教えてくだ
It's
さ
a
い。
challenging mixture of roguelite and
ちょ
third-person
っと
shooters
話して。
that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erengel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4 and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well. And during custom match esports mode on Erengel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here. So get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erengel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Master Series Phase 1 of 2026. My name is Contra. Joining me today is Yoli. It's great to finally be back in action,
はい、
Yoli.
こんばんは。
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. Definitely looking forward to a
日本語
good
配信
Friday
の
night
担
of
当にな
games,
るのか
or
な
possibly even a good weekend
ウォッ
of
チパーティー
PUBG
というこ
game
とで
series
ね、
as
一
well,
緒に見て
Contra.
いき
Because
ましょう。
now
河原ジョ
currently
ン・マ
we're
イケル
starting
で
off
す。
at least our first for at least for the
よろしくお願い
Apex
し
side.
ます。
Yeah, we're starting off
音の
at
バラン
least
スと
our
か
road to that
ちょっとなん
PGC,
かあれば
especially for all that
コメン
Apex
トよろしくお
PUBG
願いし
fans.
ます。コメント見
Exactly
れます、
what
チ
they
ー
are
ムに。
waiting for as well.
Twitch、
That's right.
YouTube
And
両
of
方。
course, not only are they fighting for those PGC points, there's also going to be 2 slots from the PMS that will qualify to the EWC, and that's a lot of prize money for them to play for. And what's
本当に見れ
exciting
るから
about this
リアクショ
brand
ンも
new
できる
season is
し、
that we have another different
まあ
format
雑談交じりの
moving
こと
into
もできますよという
2026 for
こと
the
で、
PMS.
小原さんもや
And
ってた
I just
とは
can't
思うん
wait
で
to
すけど、
elaborate to everybody
小
watching
原
back
さん
at
ほど
home.
上手くな
Make
いか
sure you
ら、
guys hit the follow button
あんまり
and of
期
course
待せず。
subscribe to all the latest happenings across the PUBG esports in Asia Pacific. How do you do that? Well, tell you what, we give you a little bit of incentive as well because we're having a G coin giveaway. So make sure you follow PUBG Esports APAC at Facebook for you to have a chance to score some G coins.
久々に
And of course, not just that.
戻って
Also,
き
at the
た
same time, cheer for your
まあちょ
favorite
っと
team
二人
during
体
the match day
制じゃな
to
くなっ
also
たか
stand
ら
a chance to
今年
gain
から
even more G coins on top of that. And to make things even better for you guys while you're earning all these additional G coins, we're also still bringing back the exact same G coin event that we've been bringing for every a Master Series tournament, where just stick around, support your favorite team throughout the entire live video, and stand a chance
ど
to
こまで
get
遊んでいいの
that
かちょっ
G
とわかんな
coin
いですね
coin. We're not
あ
going
の
to tell
配
you
信時で
when, we're not going to tell
公
you
式配信だから
where, but it's definitely going to be popping out during one of our, at least one of the series that are going to be casting here today, so
個
you
人配
just
信
can't
とか
miss a
そういう
single
のだった
moment.
らね
Well,
なんか
if you
小
watch
さい指
every
とか
single day,
使
I'm
って
pretty sure that you can
こ
get
こら
a
辺俺が
hefty
言ってんの
bunch
こ
of
こら辺
skins
とか言って
throughout the span of the tournament. And tell you what, folks, because we're having 4 back-to-back weekends of action here in the PMS, because every single week teams will be battling it out in order to secure those PGC points and also some stash of cash prize as well. So all they really have to do is remain consistent throughout all 4 weeks. Easier said than done, right, Leonard? So, of course, this is definitely going to be a very, very exciting tournament overall, because we're including many more new exciting names to be in the fold as well. Of course, thank you to Crafton as well as Combo for bringing it all together here in the PUBG Master Series 2026. So, Yoli, if we look back into the past as well, we've seen a lot of all these stellar names, such as ZSHN, that have always been consistent. I want to see, will they once again be able to really hold firm to their titles here as the kings of PMS?
Oh, that is a really tough order to. It's a really tough ladder to climb here, Conda. Let's be honest, because we have some really strong teams, returning teams, consistent teams. We also have some new teams that's also been joining into the scene. Although the roster, you might recognize some of that players, got a little bit new spice that I'm going to be bringing. At least something that we both can talk about a little bit more later on in great details. But yes, a lot of the team that's returning here has at least got a little bit of that PGS or PGC experience here, so it will be quite a tough order for a lot of the teams to go head to head within this next 4 weeks, which is exactly what Contra mentioned earlier just now.
That's right. So we're starting things off nice and easy on week 1. I say nice and easy, but usually day 1 is most chaotic. As we all know that teams have to figure out, okay, are they going to contest for certain hotspots, and will they establish some control in their favorite zone? So we'll have to see how things work out in the first couple of games. But of course, as the format follows, the points will be settled and reset weekly with the rewards based on the ranking of each week. So every single week you get different winners, then we will distribute the prizes, the PMS points, and also the PGC points. And of course, the final ranking will be determined by the end of week 4 to see which team is the winner.
毎週もらえるわけだから、
Correct. And exactly,
まあできるだけ
to give you guys a little bit more clarity, this is actually going to be how the weekly ranking is going to be. Like, it's going to be an accumulation, but that's pretty much for the final ranking, for only for the top few spots. For every week, the ranking will be reset. So basically, the teams will have to go through a week of grueling to maintain that same consistency. You thought it would be quite a challenge for the players as it is to try to maintain that consistency within the 3 days of the tournament, right, per week. Now they have to make sure every week they're consistent just to make sure they can qualify for that first 2 spots. Exactly, Contra, because only the first top 2 teams will be moving forward towards that phase 1 qualifiers for the EWS and the phase 1 and phase 2 qualifiers for the PGC 2026.
And then sitting at the top, they'll be rewarded handsomely with 13.5k US dollars online.
That's
and
a lot of money.
375 points to guarantee them some of the majors that will be happening throughout the span of the year with those PGC points. So not only do they have to fight for the PMS points, but more importantly, if they accumulate just about enough PGC points, they should still be able to make it pass into the global round. So of course, plenty of money is on the line, but more pride is at stake, because across APAC, we've seen so many notable names from Oceania, New Zealand, Australia. We've seen names like PV that have always been super consistent. And then you do have some of the finalists from Indonesia as well, with Alter Ego, as well as new names such as SE to also join in the fray. Of course, who can forget Orcless, who have played back in the past as Archangel, if some may recall, they are back on the block as well. So I'm just excited to get right in.
Yeah, it's also rather interesting as well because like what we were discussing much earlier during the pre-show, a lot of these teams are coming back with the exact same rosters. Some coming with new rosters here with a little bit new spice and change to see how it really turns out. Something like what Happy Squad's coming in. 2 of their original members actually shifted to Orcless, whereas Happy Squad will be taken into new members. Monty being one of them. A rather interesting combination to see how those synergy will be paired off as Happy Squad. Also, if I'm not mistaken, from the previous Master Series, Master Series 2 last year, they actually got second place with, of course, not the exact same roster, but with a huge firepower like Monty being the IGL. I like to see what kind of twist we're going to be able to see in this tournament. Instead of talking about like the returning teams, I'm also rather curious to see what the newer teams that's going to be coming into the mix. For example, Team Zenshin, that's a name we have heard before, but that's an entirely new roster. We haven't seen how each of those players will be coming into what they're going to be bringing for this year's Master Series. So we'll just see where they go for.
That's right, and on top of that, we also do have Team Newbies, the only team representing India to be on the block as well. Some of you may have actually watched the PUBG Nations Cup before and have seen notable names such as Unforgiven to be in the scene, and great to really have them to be part of the PMS this time around. And I really want to see how well will they fare up against the rest of APAC as well, because we've got familiar names such as Monk to also join into this season alongside with NRG. It's been a while since we actually see Crazy Doc in action, so I'm just really happy for NRG to once again be competing here. And also GSW, they were winners of, I believe it's either Cup 2 or Cup 3, so they definitely do have plenty of firepower to offer here into the matches. So kick things off, we'll be moving into Erangel, followed by Tego. In the middle of our rounds, we'll also have Rondo, and then we head towards Miramar, and wrapping the night nicely with another round of Erangel.
Man, of course, naturally the map, we haven't seen any much map changes, at least from last year as well here. So a lot of these teams are going to be coming in. There's no such thing as, oh, we haven't really experienced, we haven't played or experienced much Tego or Rondo. No such thing of that kind of excuse anymore. These guys, they've been neck to neck in this, on this map. Whether is it off screen, whether is it during screens, or in the tournament itself, these guys got those timings, those rotation timings, particularly in third-party timings, nailed down to the matter here. So, of course, moving forward to this tournament, is there any particular team you'll be looking for? I know we were talking about this just now, like a couple of minutes ago, but I'm pretty sure there is at least like 1 or 2 teams you are having a little bit more expectations for.
Yeah, such as Team Vega Esports, who's currently on our screen. So this is kind of like a combination of Malaysian superstars alongside with Indonesia's from the future. So we're looking at notable names such as, Empty, that's been around for a very long time for AMY scene, who's also played back in the Philippines as well for different teams. And of course, who can forget about some of the stellar performances coming in from the ex-FTF members as well. So we're definitely keeping our eyes set onto I Am Bob as well as Teddy to be the main hitman for Vega.
Yeah, I mean, AJ and I'm Bots is actually, I believe they're really fortunate to have such an experienced player like both TD and Amt, right? TD being from Roy Esports, Amt also has his experience and history on his back. Alongside that, I believe last year he was also in Team Aurora, was in 3rd place for the Master Series Phase 2 for 2025. Although he wasn't playing for all of those rounds, but he did have his light in the sun, and he really showcased his case here. But of course, moving forward, we do have Shadow Esports. Now, this is a very interesting team, right? They came in rather interestingly during the Phase 2 for the Master Series for last year, right? 6th place. Not really magnanimous compared to like Savage Man Esports or Alter Ego, who got 1st and 2nd place during that tournament. But Shadow Esports was just constantly on the hunt. They didn't really care too much on worrying about whether their opponent is stronger than them or not. They were just constantly looking for fights, and I think that was something really great to have for such a team for China Esports.
And of course, some good things remain to be constant here. We got Xavier, Upchant, Z, with a new addition of ZH joining the block. This is going to be a name that's pretty hard to pronounce because it's being spelled with letters ZH and ZHSS. But of course, to make it easy, he used to be called Sia, and he's played for some big teams back in the past as well. And of course, not forgetting Lun Lun. It's been around the block for a very long time. So we are definitely expecting some good news coming from Savagemen throughout the course of the league. And of course, we also do have the Japanese stars of Team Unlucky with notable names such as Feven as well as Ronax, who's been playing back in IPS. The Samurais definitely still have it in their blood.
Runax.
Yeah. Especially during that time when they were both Gonil, Feven, and Runax. They used to be in the same team for last year's Master Series, right? They were in the Irohani Popeto Samurais there. So my concern during that time when the two of them were playing together, don't get me wrong, their history during Nations Cup was, of course, a fantastic run for them. But I really hope with this new team that you're currently in, I mean, still the same 3 members, so I'm not too worried about synergy-wise, although they are coming in with Sunny Side up here. So hopefully in this Master Series Phase 1, I want to see a little bit more aggressions here. Because in the last Master Series, they were on the much more the passive side of things. They really avoided fights as much as possible. Until the point where they're playing edges most of every of the maps here. So I hope to see a little bit more fire from them here. Because this is exactly what we're looking for a team that's trying to push towards that PGC.
まあそのサニーサイドアップ選手以外の3人は、まあ、昔から一緒にやってたわけで、やっぱりそのシナジーのところではあんまり心配してない。ただその前回の PMS ではやっぱり自動的になってしまっている面があるため、今回はもうちょっとアグレッシブな動きを見たいですねっていうコメントでした。コメントっていうか、まあ、アンラッキーの印象。
fend off with Nirvana Rebirth soldiers also rejoining with names like Pangsker, Turtle Key, Fave, Crazy Doc, as well as Hatiko. So that's a 5-man roster. I'm not quite sure whether if Crazy Doc's just gonna be coaching or if he's gonna be joining in the fray somewhere in the mix as well, because 4 weeks is a pretty long time.
It is. It really is. But I definitely hope to see him here because I believe last Master Series he was also playing for the team as well here. So coming to the mix as well, I believe the IGL currently is going to be God XP for Nirvana Rebirth Soldier Gaming here. So let's just see how well they fare for this Master Series Phase 1. Now moving forward to GSW. Now this is also on one of my few lists. I know you talked about them during the whole team. The whole team showcase just now. I want to see how well they fare because I believe this is going to be their first time here in the Master Series. Yeah, it's always a pleasure to see a new team really crashing into the scene to see what kind of fire they bring into the tournament here. What kind of upsets we'll see. If they do bring in upsets, that's going to be an interesting flavor here because if not, we're going to be seeing the exact same thing. Rest of the teams like Aldo Eagle or Monk might even just pull it in that win.
That's right. And speaking of which, GSW, as much as they're brand new kids on the block, they have been crowned as the champions of PMS Cup 3, so they definitely will have plenty to offer in a sense. Well, take a look at the logo. I really do like that they featured it. I don't know if they drew this orangutan or they just took it somewhere from, the net or so, but I'm loving the vibes, and of course, some of these they're sitting very deep in the dark just to ensure that he's got eyes only on his screen throughout the whole duration. So, of course, they're playing from all across APAC, and I gotta check what time is it right now in New Zealand or Australia. Probably it's going deep into the night already, but also, speaking of brand new names, this is Atto Esports, which have fielded some notable names coming from Indonesia.
Coming into the mix pretty strong as well. It's really great that we're still seeing a couple of more Indonesian teams coming into the mix as well. We had a little bit of fluctuation. Even last Master Series, we had a huge like entry of Oceania teams because in previous PUBG tournaments it's always like 1 or 2 Oceania teams, but I believe in last Master Series we had 4 of them, being Justice for Tomorrow and of course alongside with Mong. We also had Aurora at the time, who used to be known as Desperate Gaming, and one other as well. It was really cool as every Master Series was just constantly being different here. But you know, other than that, we're finally getting our hands into it here, Contra. It's day 1 of the Master Series Phase 1 2026 here. Of course, naturally, we're starting off on the OG map here in the PUBG esports scene. It's going to be none other than a Wrangle.
That's right, folks. We welcome you back to our favorite map of it all, Wrangle. I always
Is it your favorite map?
Well, maybe not. I actually do favor Miramar a little bit more, but of course, some might fight me for it.
いや、わかる。でも俺も山の方が好きかも。
First game of the season as we kick things off nicely with this flight path traversing from the far corners of Primos over on the southwestern corner of the map
Good
into
luck, have fun.
Stalber. So I guess this does open up a little bit more of that space, though it is a little bit of stretch heading into the islands, but it shouldn't be all too troublesome for them to be able to quickly grab a couple of vehicles to move right in. So for the moment, take a look at Zenshin. They are very close by up against Vega, so we might even see a very early altercation.
You know, interesting enough, like even though this is an entirely different roster from the previous Zenshin, right? But from the last
変わった広がり方はないかな。ジョージが、あ、これ北と南ちゃんといるのか。
Pretty close to last, so I'm seeing a little bit of similarities here. I think that's come in hand with the coach
最
coming
近
in
目が
to give
悪
them the
くなり
edge
すぎて。
they need here.
わお。
Because naturally, it's a really
真反
nice
対。
flight path, but that circle
まあ
is
安
so
値や
much
か
here, I
ら
have
め
to
ち
say.
ゃくちゃ
It's a
遠い
really
な。
crazy circle here. Well, looking at like maybe I dare say 60% of it is water. Maybe okay, probably not 60, probably.
まあ車で移動するか、もうフルトンで行っちゃう
That's
か。
not a lot of land to work with for all these teams here, right?
Sure enough.
半分ぐらい海だからね。
And I absolutely do
入れ
agree
ると
that
ころ
it
はめ
is
ち
a
ゃく
little
ちゃ
treacherous
少な
because
そう。
there's not much of a compound for them to really hold on to other than maybe playing around fair pure or so.
TPP やってる以上やっぱり車は大事だからね。 フルトンの自由性どうなってるのか。
TERA has already made their way past the corners of Stalberg to loot up in Lipovka, but they're one of those who are the furthest away. So I really do wonder if they will be able to find a way to bypass some of all these other squads that's going to be around the center of the map. So it won't be an easy task.
東側のチームは中央のチームどうやって避けながら南西に向かっていくのかってこと言ったよね。今テラっつってるけど。リポだから一番東ね。真反対。
Or at least safe entries for a lot of these teams without having to not run into a particular team, either gatekeeping at the edge of the circle or just naturally just running into each other because there's just not a lot of land mass for them to work with here. And also like you mentioned before, not a lot of compounds. Of course, naturally it depends on how the circle shifts later on.
エイパックってその節あるから、そこのファイトにワンチャン参加できれば 美味しい気はするけど、もちろん自分たちが参加するっていうことは他のチームもその後参加してくる可能性もあるから、漁夫も警戒しながらっていう試合展開になりそうだけど、わからない。果たして戦うのかどうか。
Just to get all that compound, I don't think we're going to be seeing much movement from them. At least maybe around phase 4, maybe phase 3 or phase 4, depending on how the circle shifts. But for now, we're going to see Juan going to be having a nice spray down here.
いいダメージだけど。
ダメだよ。
He might be able to find an opening pick, but instead he gets knocked down in return. Sharp eyes coming from Teddy in order to draw a perfect exchange and instantly turns him down for the first blood. And there we go. Vega of Malaysia adds one to the block.
really nice first blood. Of course, not exactly the loss as Zen Esports was hoping
そう
to
車の音
to
が
receive this early into
途
the
切れた
round. But
時
you know,
に
it's just one man.
車が
They had the chance, they could always
その
pick
体
up
勢
his
戻っ
tag
て
and
く
go
る
for
のを
revive
待つ
later
か
on. But other
降
than
りて
that,
くるかって分
overall,
かん
we
ない
see
から
Happy Squad also making a quick
そう
headway
賭け
into
に
the
出た
round.
んだ
But
ろう
let's
ね
be
前
honest,
に出
Erangel
て
has been one of the oldest
で
maps
も
in the
一
scene,
番
right?
セーフな
Especially
のは
even
や
with
っぱ
how
一個引いて
terrible the
相手の
circle
様
is for
子
some of
見
them
る
that drop
ぐらい
much
しかでき
later.
ないかも
They just know exactly like visually
もう張り付かれた時点で
visualize
だいぶきつ
where
い
they
から
need
なあ
to
そ
go,
こ
where's going to be the best spot. Naturally, they're biding them time and slowly make their
ちょ
way
っと
in
モップも開
just
か
to,
ないと
just to make sure there's no unsuspecting teams just camping ready to spring that kind of surprise, an unexpected surprise at least.
Speaking of surprises, there's also a red zone dropping into the corners of Happy Squad, but they should be able to find their way into the compound safe and sound for the
なるほ
meantime.
ど
Just hoping that they don't have their vehicles blown up so early on. This is going to be one of the key spots where teams will be rotating later into phase 3 and 4. So you can see that Happy Squad, they set up a nice 2-2 formation, 2 by the hills.
みんな遅いね
Algin
動
Bots
き
as well as
外側
Tencrypt to be holding out. So we're seeing the
ね
tenacity of Happy Squad in so many different tournaments that they know how to lurk their way in and out of certain fights. And if things really go sour,
っていうことは
I mean, they
外
can
側
always
か
draw
ら
back
中に
into
入
playing a little
る
bit more passively. But
その外側で
of course,
戦い
post
合
is
う可能
clearly
性
early
がある
game, not much of a fight happening
状況
across the map for the meantime. But
これ
Happy
は
Squad,
選手
I
の
wanna see if
あの
they
視
will
点
be
から
able
は
to
全く分かん
finally
ないから
at a lot more
その
improvement
外側
now
に
with
めちゃく
the
ちゃ人い
addition
るっていう
of
のは
Monty. So I'm still hoping to
対応
see
力試さ
what
れる
kind
か
of
な
dynamics this brings to the table.
降りちゃダメな気はす
We're
るな
having both Monty. I believe that's going to be the IGL for Happy Squad alongside with the new addition of None as well. What kind of firepower? I mean, what kind of firepower they can really bring,
出た
or at least the more consistent basis here. You look at this team and
あーつってくるね
you finally get this firm picture, right? Because you recall them from last tournament, the kind of team that doesn't shy away from a kind of fight here. And now you have this aggressive IGL, especially
よ
when
くあ
the
る
Oceania
でも
teams
こ
here come
れ
into
ピ
the
ック
mix.
されるか
But speaking of aggression here, let's see whether Luna's going to be having a
さすがに
nice
か
job here, get a couple of tags, get a good knock. What an opening here. That's going to be IGL here. Can they try
これ
to
は
save it in time?
Oh, this is going to be a very risky call. Lun Lun, he's been
南
marking
側
him
から撃たれるよ
throughout
ね
the
それ
entire
東
rotation,
か
and now he's going to drop in a big one on
あ
towards
ただ
the side
西
of
側
Tencrypt,
はハッ
hoping
ピ
that
ー
he
が
will
勝
be able
っ
to
て
find a way to rescue his teammate, but it's going to be Simoy that actually steals it away. Alter Ego nabbing a point from across the
あ
field.
かきろ入ったか
Meanwhile, Happy Squad hoping to wrap it up round up against Xmen, but they're the ones being
まあ
punched all together
3-3
because over onto the
この移動の
southeast
時に
corner
落とされた
map,
ら
that's
ハ
where
ッピーが
Alter
不利
Ego's planted.
で少しずつ手前の選手が詰められる状
Actually,
況
of
かな
course, we did see a lot of attention being drawn now for some of the teams here because we did see at least
RG も
almost
ワンキル取
half of the
ってる
lobby that's currently outside of the circle here. Some taking priority to try to secure as whatever good spot that they can find here. So any gunfight can just the situation can just get pretty loud real quick here for a lot of these guys here. So just like what we saw previously between Savage Man and Savage Man and Happy Squad, I believe we also saw Alter
Skin
Ego
Analytics
coming in.
ではな
A
かった
team
のか
that, by the way, got first place in the last Master Series Phase 2 here with the most amount of kills and even securing highest placement, top 3 placement in majority of those rounds here. So
ラッキーは
quite a
動いてるね
team.
安野やからで
It's
北
pretty
側
scary to have that
か
kind
ら
of team to be sandwiched in between here alongside
行
with
こうと
Savage
して
Man.
るね
Whereas
ぶつかりそうな
on the
チーム
other
は
hand
ちなみに
here,
3チームぐらい
really
い
cool
る
to see them back to the
ル
fray,
ー
by the
ト
way,
によっては
CJ and I believe, yes, CJ Alex, they used to be
まあ
part of
戦う
Happy
か
Squad. Seeing the feed actually popping off,
ま
I
あ
wonder whether they are also wishing their
車で
fair share of
結
a
構いい
good
とこ
game
ま
here.
で入る
Yeah,
か
overall, this roster has been around for so many seasons. I believe in throughout the
対応力
inception
対応
of
力
PUBG esports across APAC. They've always stuck together. CJ, Alec, and of course the rest of those who spend a lot of time back in Archangel Predator. Of course, that org is no more, so they're looking for a brand new home. So if any
Hence the Orgless.
rich man wants to sponsor a team, by all means do so. And anyways, look at their current position as well. They're just traversing over onto the very far corner of the southwestern portion of the map, looking perhaps for a
西側の
location
海
inside
岸
Primas.
あれだね
And
ORG が
this
今
might just
抑
be
え
a pretty
てるっ
nice
ぽ
choke
いな
point for them to hold out for the meantime, because certain
今のところ
teams
誰もいないん
they're
だよ
looking to find
北側からは
fighters around this
入
corner
ら
as
れな
well.
いように
Take a
して
look
る
at
か
the
ら
minimap as well. SE,
オーグレス
they're
が
also moving across these terrains, and they might just lock horns.
は西側に
Everyone's just racing for that spot. Actually, I'm not too surprised. Shadow Esports has shown previous history of just trying to secure really good spots and really just trenching themselves down here and just really start picking off players wherever they can here. I believe Oculus is also planning to do the same. Matt down here, he's going to be the long range scout here to make sure the team gets whatever intel that they can get. While this
カバーできたら熱いけど、これ。
1-3 or 1-2-1 setup does allow the team to cover more land. The cons will be the fact that if you get caught out by an entire squad and you just can't hold on long enough, yeah, there's no way your team's going to be able to save you in time unless you know
あと2発必要かな。ヘッドショットだったら1発。
Might be a little bit of a different story depending how far you are. But other than that, there's a couple of pot shots being traded between both the teams.
止めに行ったね、熱。
Getting a nice hit on Hansi down to the ground.
ただ関係ないとこ、アンチは。
Let's see whether the team's going to be able to save in time. And now we get to see phase 2, by the way. Still shifting down south here. Even more land area being reduced here.
Yeah, you can see how much of a chip damage they actually took. Popping tires, CJ has done so much work just to find this pickoff up against Shadow Esports. And now, playing with 3 members isn't exactly the roughest in the early game, but it does actually dwindle down the firepower claim from the side of SE. Meanwhile, ARMR copying his spot over the top side of the hill as they're hoping to hold for the meantime. Red zone on top of Atto as well as Alpha Eagle just bypassing the corners of the fair pier. And Atto is already being very active with Bolang. 手
前のファイトを選ぶか大きく東側を回るかになっちゃうな。最初北側回ったからな。どういう情報を得られるか。
This suppressive fire, this constant poking, so really keeping Alter Ego in check. This is the kind of team that you really want to try to pin them down as much as possible. Don't give them too much of an edge here. You give them, trust me, this is the Alter Ego is the kind of team where you give them an edge, they'll go for the win for this. Not even a mile anymore, Contra. They'll go for the win. It's a very scary team. You just don't want to give a chance here. But so ATO doing a really great job. I don't think they are being. I believe they're still within the safety of the circle here, so I think this should be fine.
あれか、下が
everything seems pretty
底辺がない三角の出てくるかな。
Vega Esports sitting very
好きな人
comfortably
おったら
in
俺
the
も使ってた
quarry.
な、AK 使ってると。
So far, other than the early skirmish that they had up against Zen, it seems like
でもやっぱ
they've
点かな。
kind of called
とりあえずは。
for a truce as Zen Esports opt to actually take the outskirts instead. Vega, they won't have much of a business but to just hold out for now, but
ルート取りはいい感じだけど、これのルート取りは、あ、走行車も取ってる。六角方面に行くのが一人落とされちゃった。まあこれはリスクではある。まあ取ったリスクで相手がうまく取ったってだけで、まあ仕方ないから。これ六角方面に入るんじゃないかな。
That is talk about a little bit too close for comfort here, but hey, you know, Xiaofeng to be able to recover from that. Naturally, teams that's too far from the side will try to do a risky drop here. Naturally, does come to risk if you're able to get you're able to get to a really nice compound. But if there's a team nearby or within vicinity,
ラッキーは、まあ六角かその倉庫方面行ったと思うんだけど、ここを取るっていうことは、もう北側、そのクワリーの北側の山側に途方プッシュ、東側をカットしながらっていう形になっちゃう。まあ走行車あるから他のルートは選べばできるんだろうけど、リソースはそれしかない。しかも3人っていうことを考えると、まああんまりこのタイミング自分たちからファイト仕掛けることはあんまりしたくないと思う。アンラッキーの心理的には。で、東側で戦ってくれるチームがいたら、そこに参加したり、横やり出たり。で、もっといいのは、クワリで戦いが起きたら、そのクワリ登りに行って、うわ、プリモになった。これみんな走行車乗ってプリモ入ってもいいし、ファイトするか。いや、でも車乗ってるからもう。
Atto will
車乗ってる
beeline
からも
their
う無理
way
やり入る
into the city just
どこまで
to
入れる
ensure that they have plenty
結構後手だ
more
よ
space to play with. Whereas everybody else is being held outside of the field. So whoever has those high ground control, they're going to be absolutely dominant in this round one.
Yeah. ARMR Esports, they saw
ルートはいい。タイミングは、とりあえずワンチームは自分たちの前にいる、このルートは。走行車遅い。入れればいいっていう感じかこれ。いいね。でも入れそう、普通に東側の倉庫群に、プリモの。そこから道を渡るかどうか、海を外れる気はするから、できればプリモの北側にいたい。もう北側も取られてるんだけど、全部。でも東側取れてるってことは、いつでもその走行車を持ってる限りは、プリモの北のちょっと丘になってるとこ、山みたいになってるとこ、あそこに貼り付けることはできる。うわ、いい見切る。割れなかったんだこれ。これ許されたのはちょっとわかんないけど、どういう風になってたのか。もういい2ノックですよこれ。もうピンチ。これ2対4やるしかない。
Oh no. Knowing them, they will go in for the kill here. They're not gonna let like.
タルタイゴは2-2の形。だから1対2、1対2の状況をやるこれ。
Clean up house. They want to secure this compound here because let's be honest, they're not really
TN は
exactly
起
safe.
こせない
Yeah,
と。
they're not even within the safety of the zone.
1対2、1
They
対
do
2。
have cover for now, but it's not fully secured just yet. They need to clear out the
1対2だ
remaining
と思っ
members of
たら
Team
3対
Newbies
1で
here.
共有する。
Whereas at the same time, Team Newbies having their backs against the walls here. If they can try to draw this fight into a 1v1, they might stand a chance here. But look at Alter Ego, just flushing them out with utilities here. Back to back, solid body systems here, not giving them a chance to have a chance to fight back or even bounce back.
これ、活気が入るから、
That being said, 3 members of Team
あと
Newbies
1枚
down for the count, and 1
確定
will
です。
remain.
もう探すしかない。左上の区画に行くか、車でも出るか。
And there's still at least a member that's still holding out from the side of
アートエゴ、東側の山ね、でも、行けるかっていうと今チームがいるから、多分見られてんだよね、ずっと。だからそこには行かなくて北側行っちゃうのか。北側行く
ARMR Esports holding onto the top of the hill. So what's going to be their game plan right now? They're sending Queen just to find the edge of the zone, and perhaps they could just hold out for the meantime.
Yeah, just try to get some kind of a foothold here for now. But anyway, there goes NRG here. They're going to be the first team to have a full wipe here. They did not have the greatest of opening. They were hoping for here as well. But you know, that's the nature of the circle. Sometimes the circle doesn't favor you.
一番の理想の形ね、東側のチームが、
However, that would not be
アートエゴが
NRG
テラ
from
の
this
方
first match here.
攻めてくれると本当にありがたい。その後にアンラッキーは介入できるから、東側。ただこれファイトが起きなかったら、とりあえずまだプリも入ってるから少しずつ前に行く。走行車を守りながらっていうのは難しいと思う。上から撃たれるリスクの方が高い。耐久値を下げるために。アルタエゴは北側行く選択をしたので、
And that's coming from Upchen as well.
テラは割とフリーかな。でも、今テラ映ってたところの右下あたりは貼り付けれる。で、プリモの車線は切れるとは思う。
This battle's been going on for a very, very long time, and
どういった選
I guess
択
they
を
want
取
to
る
get
の
their
か。いろ
hands
んな
on
選択肢
money
はあ
or
る。
something. So we want to see which one's going to be able to take the better trade. But for the meantime, though, Vega, they've been resilient.
外れてる
They've been able
け
to
ど、
at least
まだ
wrap
大
their
丈夫。
way up towards the northern quadrant of the map. And Armor's feeling at least a little
外れ
more
るのはもうしょうがない。
comfortable
今
to
の
be
は
able
も
to
う
hold
外れる
out through the
ほ
hills
ぼほぼ
for
確定してた
at least another 50
から
seconds.
フェーズ
And
4
we'll
で
have to
海
see
外れるか
where
ら。
does it shift after phase 4 because it might just
ただ
go
全然
deep into the
全然ある。
territories of Primoz itself.
I mean, at this point of the game, when you see this kind of circle, like
3
all
人っ
these
ていうとこ
guys,
ろが
they
ね、
already
やっ
know
ぱ
exactly
き
what
つ
they
いよ
need
ね
to。do as well.
躊
They know
躇
exactly where
しちゃうか
the
も。
next
アン
place
ラッ
they
キー
need
側
to
が
go
フ
here
ァイト仕掛
once
け
they
るの。
just get that intel in. I am a little bit concerned for ARMR Esports here because the only intel they ever
アンラッ
got
キーの
was just
今
the two teams, SavageMan Esports
マッ
and
プ見て
Vega,
る
just
方
peppering
々
them
はあれ
on
で
the
すね。
left and the right. They haven't really
そうプリモ
able
の
to
中
scale
もうちょっと
throughout this
奥行った。
entire area so far. They know there's a team roughly in which area, but they just they don't have that specifics here.
プリモの中は残入もできるし、東側回ることもできる。次のうち。これ次第。
They did really come in fully healthy here. They did actually suffer some damage before coming in.
うわ、プリモの中アンラッキー側が外れた。
Despite the disparity of
まあ
being
これは
quite far from the circle from phase 1,
まあ割ときついぞ。
they know exactly what's
目の
going
前
to
の
play. If they can try to go for placement, they'll
AT
go
を
for it. But
潰
if
し
a
に行くの
chance
は。
for a fight,
だ
they'll
から
definitely go for it.
テラの方
The odds is already not as
こう
favorable
俺かテラの
for them.
方を
Might as well just farm as
詰
much
めて
point.
もいい。
I believe that's going to be a very similar idea for a lot of these teams currently at the moment.
ただ、アンラッキーはプリモの東側じゃなくて西側に
The newbies couldn't really
行ってる
sneak
ね。
away into the zone. Unfortunately, Sneepal has to bow out. So that will be two teams gone.
走行車だからできること。
Play from the side of Unlucky.
これ山の西側取れるんじゃないワンチャン。
Weather the stormy fields of Primoz for the meantime. Take a look at how many teams are already within the buildings. That's about 5 squads within sight. Just fight it, drive through, and they're going up against Algen Bots, who's currently residing in this compound itself. Brunex goes in for the face check. Oh,
ナイスナイスナイス。いや、熱い。めっちゃ内側取れたやん。いや、熱い熱い熱い熱い。
Good trade. Really good trades. Breach
Yes.
together, get that solid
Really
body
good
system.
trade.
Sour will take the draw. Although, yes, there's still the risk because, you know, they both came in from the same
あ
angle.
これもう一個奥もいけるぞ。中央側いけるんじゃねえかギリ。
I'm actually pretty sure
なんなら
he
そ
can
の
actually
プリ
pull
モ
out
の
that
西の
counter
山
side. I've seen him do
銃
something
声ないっ
similar
て
with
分
that
か
kind of
ったら
lineup
そっち側
before.
行っ
But
て
in
も
this
いい。
case, unfortunately, Alden Bots will be out of the equations here. And Team Unlucky, despite the name, still able to secure themselves here. They did lose one of the members relatively early. But hey, now we're back to ARMR Esports.
いやめっちゃいい。これいろんなチームの内側に入ったから TPP の特徴としてはマジで神ポジションだと思う。本当にありがとう走行車。そういうこと。もう走行車の強さやばい。で今パンツァーあったらめっちゃ危なかったけど正直道沿い行くの。海岸沿いから行くのかなと思ったら道沿い行ったからパンツァー撃たれたらもう。3キルあれで。
We'll have to see what PV can pull up though, because he's still healing by the zone. And Orcless is still gonna be taking this opportunity to wrap it all around. Takes on the rest of Zenshin and now drops those huge nades right on top of him. It should be well secured. Zenshin, next one to go. Orcless, they're absolutely piling up points. Right up against Vega at the very same time.
乱戦ですよね、ここら辺は。まあ、どのチームがポイント取れるかっていう形。ORG はいい形キープしてる、ずっと。だから行き過ぎるとこれ、そうだよね。なるべく。
However, the SavageMan is currently
内側からも撃たれ
two
た。
teams here, and this has not been easy for them as they're trying to battle it out. Not just against Orcless, who has the high ground, but you have Alter Eagle who's slowly sieging from that southern side here. So, unfortunately, the defense can only last for so long here. They did lose Savior in the process here. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they did get 4 kills on the belt here, but it all comes down to Her Majesty, the Queen Real. It's currently stuck between, I guess, a rock and a small heart.
GSW は本当に順位ポイントをめちゃくちゃ取れる位置にいるね。キルポイント取れるかどうかわかんないけど。北側のファイトこれ ORG4 人生き残ってるのめちゃくちゃ熱い。走行車あるアンラッキーはだいぶ有利だよ。でも。
What deemed to be Zen Esports as they will now go in for the charge. Quick swing from Cans. He finds them. And now there's still more fishes to fry. Oraculous. One tap. DZ does it up against the rest of SE. And now they find themselves with 2 points
さあ、ただ全も走んないといけない。これ、アンラッキーポイントにしたいよ。
We were looking at before the outcome of the fight. We were looking at like 6 to 7 teams trying within the city of Primos, trying to fight for that kind of control. And then literally the fight, the bloodbath that we were witnessing towards the south side of Primos was it paled to comparison to what's happening to the north.
走行車のための
走
行車のために使いたいけど、でも仕方ないか。
But now they're losing members left and right here. They didn't manage to get 5 kills on the belt here. That's at least something that's great for themselves before ending towards the zone here. But then again, we are looking at Kunyi. Might be another chance for him to try to go for the spray now. A BRDM
まあ乗れたら熱かったね、あ
He
れ。
will be going up to a spray from another line.
And take a look at both Monk as well as Orcless.
このファイトに参加したい感じはするけどな。でも全員スポーツも張り付いてる。全員スポーツ、ちなみに気づいた西側の山、誰もいないことに。一人向かってったね。うわ、熱い。それキルになる。お願い。いや、いいぞ。
And they're on the outside.
Nice.
Going to be holding them as well. But here comes the push. As they're not going to waste any more time.
まあグレネードとブルーズのグレネードで1ポイント取ったね。走行車で今ちなみに5ポイントぐらい取ってる。走行車だけで。熱いけどそれただのカバーや。ポイントになるか、まあ、いい感じに邪魔してくれればこの後楽になるかもしれない。アンラッキーの。また外れたの。めちゃくちゃいいじゃん。ポイント取れてるよ、取れてる。全員スポーツは警戒はしてる。一応。警戒はしてるけど、
Not going to be the one to last long enough, try to go for placements here. But now we're slowly dwindling down to our final 6 teams here. Contra here. We're slowly reaching towards the end here. But not all the teams are in perfect health except for Ogles and
でも思ってるはず。全員スポーツどこ行ったんだろうって。で移動はね、走行車があるから大丈夫なんだけど、ここだけマジで怖い。本当に。
That's a lot of points here. They can secure if these top 2 teams can secure that.
ATO に対してノックは2回ぐらい取ってるんだけど、キルに、まあプレッシャーにはなってるけど、キルには繋がってないから、まあ変わらず3対4の状況になるんじゃないか。
Take a look at Orcless. They have the entire sector of the north all to the back of their hands, and they will be able to just hold firm.
いや、熱い熱い熱い。これ気づいたの熱いよ。
Meanwhile, it's a sticky situation over in the south with a BDRM running.
もう一枚どこにいるかどうかわからない。怖いけど行くしかない。走行車持ってるから。この全員スポーツのケンズのとこに行ってもいいし、選択肢いっぱいあるよ。どこ行く？いや、さすがに ETO は来ないと思うから。あ、いや、いいね。わかった。けど少しずつ前に行くのか
？By the time here, couldn't find an easy shot here, but speaking of easy here, we see Mong Asu gets easy sprayed down, but recovered once again.
いや、いいぞ。でも前に行きすぎると選択肢はどうなんだ？ドンカツは諦めない。諦めなさそうだね。いいグレネードだけど。今切り替えたね。起こす人。うわ、熱々熱い2キル。2キルゲット。ただ文句のダウン状況を理解できてるか。いやマジでポイント的に多いし、全部今んとこ。走行車もまだ残ってるよ。
I believe phase 2, phase 3, and they're not moving an inch at all from that tower, and that is going to be a clear sight for them to slowly look for those pickoffs heading towards this.
立て直せたのはちょっとね。
Take a look at this. It's just flatlands.
北側のチームからのプレッシャーあったらきつかったんだけど、本当は。でも西側に向かっちゃったから。 だからアンラッキーとしてできることは、とりあえず全員スポットの1枚がどっかにいるのは確定で、それはもう把握してるはず。だからその全員スポーツの1枚を仮に行って3位狙いにするのか、まだ。いや、自分たちで終わらしたら普通に。いいぞいいぞ。さあ、トップ4になりましたよ。ここからが、そうね、ここからがきつい。うわ、これ、走行しちゃった。時間あったんじゃないか、ギリ。
A member of Unlucky to pin down for the meantime, but well, I'm not too sure if they want to take a ride on the BDRM, but at least he's gonna be able to hold out for the meantime. Brunex just saying hi to his old friends. So I wonder how long will it take before it actually gets punctured. True, they do draw an exchange 1-for-1 for the meantime. BDR explodes, and it's Monk drawing 10 kills in the match.
It's so unfortunate as well because I love the idea, right? You have this really like beefy vehicle. Not to say it's not indestructible. I mean, yeah, it will go down after taking as many hits as it can, right? But I've seen a lot of teams really
そうそう、俺これこうするのかなと思ってたよ。
really great cover. I believe that's what Team Unlucky was trying to go for here. But that hill was just too steep. You just can't get that.
そうね、その山が高すぎて越えれなかった。本当は越えて北側行きたかったんじゃないかな。でもマンクに南側明け渡してみたいな。
want all these kills here, but of course they did have the position to rack up those kills, but still, let's just quickly move on as we're now counting down to our final three.
いやでもナイストライ。全然いい。内容はめちゃくちゃいい。まあ最初のあれだね。リスク、承知の上だったらいいんだけど、4人でやりたいよな。いやもうポジション大事か、どっちかっていうと。初戦9ポイント、9ポイントじゃないんだよ。これ11ポイントじゃない
？They wiped them all clean, and now it's down to Orkless versus one member left from GSW.
Coming down is Jing in the last 1v4. Can he bring it out to a 1v1? Unfortunately not, as they ran right through. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our first winner chicken dinner, and it's going to Orkless coming in with this new roster, showcasing their superiority in this match one.
5試合です。
From the Philippines.
Absolute perfection. That was a great display of coordination.
いや本当にそう。あの街を生き残ったのはでかすぎ。てか走行車っていう圧倒的強みを使って無理やり中に入れたのは大きい。
Teams after teams after teams, and by the end of phase 7, you saw they have absolute control from the north point, and well, the rest they say it's history.
Yeah, it's really well done. They really bided their time, right? Because they really somehow understand the situation where
いや多分3試合3日通して
they took on so many fight long drawn out
やるからその累計そのウィークリーのトップは PMS ポイントもらえるんじゃないかな。
So the safest route they can really do is not, especially with no, except for the BRGM, was just to secure at least secure the wizard tower for themselves here before they move on towards Orkless. Unfortunately,
ウィークリーに賞金があるか。あ、いや、あるあるある。ウィークリーにもある。4位まである。ウィークリーは。まあ、主に多分みんなが欲しいのは PMS ポイント、PGC ポイント。今後の大会のためのポイントだと思うんだけど。
They played together in previous times before as Orange and Predator, like what you mentioned before here. So synergy-wise, I don't have to worry about that. These guys know exactly
賞金だけ見たら、まあ、ウィークリーこの3日間、今日含めて、あと2日でトップ4入ったら賞金入るし、今後の大会につながるポイントも得られる。だいぶ。
You've mentioned that, hey, Unlucky, they've usually played very passively. And this brand new season, starting things off in the top 4 with plenty of all the kills to book out of round 1. They are definitely showing a very different side that we've not really seen before. So I'm happy to see team unlucky to be having a very stellar start.
Yeah, it's really great for them as well, especially this that kind of thing where a lot of these teams, like, even though you're not able to get placements, you just want to try to balance it out with kills, right? If you're able to at least get a consistent amount of kill points, doesn't have to be like double digits, like 10 and above. If you're able to get just like 5 or 6 for every round, it just really puts you in a spot. It really puts you in a good spot where at least when it gets down to that final day, you don't have to be going for a sprint. You just slowly just try to rack up that points to at least secure yourself. Because remember, we're now going for this weekly points gathering, right? For at least until the end of the 4th week here. So trying to get as much points as possible to secure that top 2 spot is critical for all these 2 teams.
That's right, and I like the fact that you're already mentioning the last day, but it's a good reminder, right? Like every single match is of utmost importance, but
そうトップ2のポイント欲しい累計その4週の累計
find a little bit more of that momentum and take the weekdays
俺
to
の
really figure
理
out
解が正し
what
けれ
went
ば
wrong
4
and
週
what
の累
went
計が
right throughout the span of each respective week. And
トッ
this
プ
is
2
just
だっ
game
たら
one, so there's still
いい
many more rounds to go. So not to worry if you guys are rooting for your favorite team and they haven't really shown up just yet. Well,
いやでも
it's
いい
just gonna
感
be,
じだっ
you know,
た
that
な
small little warm-up round for some, they may call it, because up next, I believe we're moving
そう
into
キャスターの人たちも
Dago,
言ってたけ
so
ど
probably
まあで
certain
も
teams that
俺
like
の
to
イメ
play
ー
a
ジで
lot more
も
aggressive,
そんな
they
に
might be able to find
自動
more
的
points in this matchup. So
じゃない気は
moving
するん
into our
だけ
first
どな
round, just to
その
recap,
メン
I
ツ的
think we're
に
seeing so many of all these
自動的にはなんないんだけど
faces that did have
そ
their
の
pop-up
最初はうまくやって途中から
we've mentioned that they have been the
ちょっと
new
ぐだっ
kids on
ち
the
ゃうイ
block,
メージがあるから
and
そ
they
こ
still find their way 注
だ
into
ね
a
注
top
目
3
どころは
finish.
アンラッキ
Despite
ー
them not being all too aggressive on their play style, they've only been prioritizing the zone, which I think is
マジ
pretty
で
much
頑張って
a
ほしい
respectable
でも
play
11
because
ポイントは
they did actually get some of all these
11ポイントは
fundamentals
でかい
right
正
from
直
the get-go. So maybe we might just see more coming from the side of GSW.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely looking forward to that, and some of the returning teams or new teams, but similar rosters or at least new rosters coming to mix to see what kind of strategies or what kind of players that we're going to be seeing into this tournament as it is. It's just match 1. There's more to see, at least for this next 3 to 4 weeks here, Contra. So we're going to be having an absolute blast here, especially for all those PUBG fans out there here. But at the same time, let's just I'm just like thinking back for that match number 1 as well, right? Because it was a situation where a lot of teams were really put to the test. I think you couldn't ask for a more better situation to see the capabilities of teams on how they really tackle the most unlikely situations here. Besides just bad circles, we also we have seen bad circles before. Very little land area, more water area, but the area still allowed teams to. It was still relatively covered enough, or at least well built or well designed enough for teams to have a safe spot for themselves. But it was not
1
like that
試合目で
for this
だい
match.
ぶきついアンチに対するいろんなチームの
It was a situation where teams who was there who
そうなん
dropped
だろう
earlier
難しいアンチに対するアプローチを見れましたねみたいな
half of the lobby that was outside that circle making their way in here. So it was a situation where you got a bad circle, you don't get a good spot, and then at the same time you're constantly like tagging teams here to get those kills here. So it also became a battle of attrition here in terms of utility and ammunition here. But before we continue more in greater detail, this is going to be the match leaderboard for the round here, and Orkless
Yes.
really busting out that door here with 33 points here. You got that placement points and 13 kills on
オーグレス
top of
は
that. That's really amazing.
まあうまくやりすぎてたね
That's right, and of course,
西側からスタートの
surprise coming from
そう
Team
北側途
Unlucky
中
to
の
also show up huge
その
with their BDR
山側の北側のファイト
in
を
order
4人で
to
制したのは
book out with a total of
4人
11
生き残っ
points.
て
So
制した
they
の
should
は
be
や
very
っぱ
well
大きいね
be secured
恩恵得られた
for
からね
another
そ
couple
れで
rounds to
西側
hold
の
out in the
場所も
top
取って
5.
北側は
At
ま
the
だ
very
残
least,
して
GSW securing a top
文
3
句に
finish, but
対
they
す
did
る
not back themselves enough kill points
プレッシャ
in
ー
order
忘れず
to
に
find
も
a
ちろん
better
南
lead.
側へ
So
のプレッシャー
at
も忘
least
れず
holding on to the top
に
four,
そう
we
南
want to
側へ
see
のプレッ
what
シャ
else would
ー
they
忘れ
could.
ずに
Alongside with Vega,
両方や
who
ってた
had
ん
such
で
a strong start, but
まあ
unfortunately dropped off a
GSW
little
が
bit early since they
まあ
could
もう
not
ちょっ
really
とで
hold up
まあ
against
できるポジ
teams
ショ
like
ンでは
Mark
なかっ
as
たんだ
well
けど
as Orkless that's been holding them throughout the
で
early
きること
game.
としたら
And
オーグレスが移動
believe
中
that
に移
there's a
動中
lot
に
more
落とす
to
ぐらい
offer
しかで
coming
き
from
な
the
か
side
っ
of
たか
Vega
ら
because I'm
ア
pretty
ンラッ
convinced
キー
that
も文句も
the roster
あん
coming
まり
with
出てなかっ
Pepe
たから
here is really showing very
One chance
positive
あるとすれ
signs.
ば
Meanwhile, Xmen, maybe a
西
little
側
bit
も
of a
捨て
shaky
て
start right here with
もう
only
文句
one
の方
point
を
to book out that round one, but we're
全
already
面プッ
getting
シュ
ourselves ready for our next round with
かな
our
で
next
きた
matchup
とした
in
ら
Santiago and
キル
Team
ポイントが欲しけれ
Unlucky.
ばもっと
Well, I think that they could change their name already because it's not just luck. These guys absolutely have all the skills required to absolutely smash their opponents.
I mean, yeah, of course. And the interesting thing, right? We also had Team Unlucky in the previous Master Series alongside with Irohani Perpetual Samurai here. But of course, this time, Irohani Perpetual Samurai is, I guess you could say, is taken over by Team Unlucky here. But still a very cool symbol. We were just talking about GSW at the same time. Got a good position. Capitalized in a lot of those situations. You got a decent amount of kills alongside with Orca TERA. But unfortunately, when it really came down, had some really great utility free flying. The only problem about the Wizard Tower, right, is the fact that if a team gets really close enough and you just don't have anyone to cover you from the back, like you don't have that one player to cover you from the long side, you're going to be peppered out with so many utilities. You just don't really have a choice but to just run out, because if not, you're going to get flushed out here.
Yeah, speaking of which, I remember there
魔
was
術
that
の塔
point where they
魔
all
術
got
師の塔みたいな
C4'd and
ウィザードタ
because
ワ
of
ーって言って
that
る
tight spacing, you can't even look
初
for
め
the
て聞いた
exit.
確かにそう見える
So rough to be on the receiving
言
end
っ
of
て
it,
たのは
right? So,
GSW は、
yeah,
まあ、確か
it was a
に
little rough, but hey,
まあ
that
六
was
角
a
は通れ
top
た
three
け
finish
ど
nonetheless for the side of
その六角
GSW.
の弱さはやっぱり
Meanwhile,
一
I
人
believe
外
they
側
had
にいない
shown
と
some
張
promising
り付
signs
く
of
敵に
trades,
対し
but
てあまり
not
にも
much
弱い
other
と
than that because they were up against Alter Ego and then they
そりゃ
even
そう
got struck
か
down by Savagemen from the outskirts as well. So
この
hopefully
調
a
子をキ
better
ープ
one
して
for
ほ
the
しい
side of
いや
Orca
本当にそう
TERA and
キ
those
ープしてほ
that
し
may
い
have sub 10 points for the first round. So moving into our upcoming matches.
そうアンチ外れてこの内容はめちゃくちゃいい、まあ、ただ俺的にはその走行車があってのことだから走行車ない時はだいぶきつい走行車ない時の内容を見てみたいどういう感じになるのか
I would love to see how the team will try to address each other as on a little bit more on an equal playing field here. But and then again, at the same time, day one, the PUBG has always been more of, it's like what you mentioned before, testing the waters here. Just at least shake off, especially for some of the returning teams, the teams that have recognized some of the returning teams, probably like
shake off the rust, yeah?
Yeah, pick up the rust, right? Yeah, just shake it off, right? Just before getting back into it, because it's usually day 2 of the tournament where you start seeing teams really get the ball rolling. Like once they shake off the rust, they got a good rough idea on what's the team's personality and play style, especially some of the newer teams, or at least the team with the newer rosters here. Let's see how they go. But what a flight path! Very, speaking of equal playing field, that's a very equal flight path here. Teams should be able to go exactly where they want to go for a very nice centralized flight path.
Sure enough, and just about enough coverage over onto the northern islands as well if they want to go for Godok or even some of the areas of Temple. So we're seeing plenty of all these early droppers in the form of Zen Esports as well as Team UV just literally side by side. And what's Chimoy doing over onto the south side where he's at? He's absolutely separated in comparison to the rest of his teammates heading into Hosan prison. Meanwhile, GSW gonna be able to find themselves a very nice space over on the south side along with TERA. So we're not expecting too many fights to take place in the early a couple of minutes, but overall it does actually get rowdy after about 3 minutes.
狭いな。
So
北側に行くチームがもうワンチームしか2チーム。おい、すごいね。
Now that is one zone that
My
I did not
goodness
expect at all.
だよ。
So
東
a
側、
quadrant
まあ
of it
近いからいい
is
けどね。
unplayable, and we're heading into the hangar all the way towards the far eastern
3
corner of the
分の
map.
1は
So
使えないから
plenty
ね。
of traveling to do, so maybe an early emergency pickup might be necessary.
True. Probably we might see at least 1 or 2 teams doing the emergency pickup. But then again,
フルトン回収キットを使うかもねって言ってる。
it's more of a circuit that's a little bit more doable compared to match number 1, right? Because match number 1.
What's going on there?
Just checking things out, double checking it there. But yeah, as I was saying, right? Like at least this circle, right? You have at least more options of entries here. you're not so backed off where like okay at the back of the wall is this river. Here at least you can go through the highland, you can go off road, you can go through the main roads. Whether is it going to be a very long rotation down south back to the circle, or at least towards the north to the down back to the circle again. There's at least a lot more options for this team. It's a relatively large map, that's why, with decent amount of covers. A lot of mountain areas though, like you mentioned, yeah, but still pretty good.
Well, I would say it's more of the flatlands for them to play around with. And now with the updates of destructible terrains, it's going to be pretty interesting as we want to go through some of the stats. Take a look at our winning team once more. Orkless, which has been probably the best performing Filipino team throughout the years since their inception, have shown tremendous numbers out there coming in from CJ, Mad Dog, Alec, as well as Ia, all contributing in their own form because back in round one, I think that what separates them from the rest of the pack is that they know how to play tempo. Like the moment that you find a couple of pickoffs, you can go ahead to find more of the setups for future plays as well. So they do have great foresight into what they really want to achieve, and that's what I want to see coming into all the teams here in the PMS.
Yeah, and especially since they used to play as a same team before this as well, synergy wise, and they are just able to play as a unit. Everyone, there's no pretty much this. I believe there's just no disagreement between any of them as well. Very similar personalities. If one says, "Hey, we're gonna look for a fight," they're gonna be moving in absolute unison here. So really great. It's a really great round that we actually see with August. Sure, there is. You could say there was some situation that was benefiting them at the same time, but same could be said for a lot of these teams. So slowly making their way into the circle. Happy Score on the other hand had some really good rounds. If I'm not mistaken, they had at least during their last round. Oh, actually no, sorry. Happy Score actually had 2 points, I believe, 2 kills before they actually made their way into the base. It was a pretty rough fight, right? They ran into Savage Man and Orgless, and also one more. I believe it was Vega. I believe they were like boxing alongside with ARMR Esports, the 4 of them, at least during phase number 2. It was a very contested fight for sure for control.
It was. It absolutely was. Team Newbies this time wants to take the direct approach. Don't want to waste too much time over on to the outskirts, and I believe there's still plenty of space for them to claim over onto the far eastern corner map. Meanwhile, hoping none of all these defilates will be hitting onto Monk right now under the red zone. So perhaps they might need to take a pit stop for the meantime. A couple of mortars, if they do find along the way, will be really, really helpful to play around that hangar region. So we want to see what happens around the airport later on because Monk, they established themselves a decent ground control somewhere across the center of the fold for the meantime, but so far no casualties throughout the first couple of minutes, and phase one's about to end. Want to see where does it shift to at the very least to give all these teams a little bit of a better picture of what goes on. So let's have a little bit of recap of what went by back in game one, where we had Orkless absolutely demolishing teams after teams. Started off over on to the far eastern corner, and then later finding themselves at high ground to absolutely demolish names like VG.
Yeah, it's all about that positioning, right? Just already understanding like what kind of circuit they received. They just really knew how to tackle it, especially of course getting secure in that kind of that high ground for themselves. Really just capitalizing the situation. And look at the timing coming in from Alec in that last round, that last POE that we saw, right? The minute Monk started engaging towards GGW, towards the Wizard Tower, they just went right in for it. They didn't buy the time. They didn't want to wait for the fight to conclude. They just went right in, assisted, and just tried to farm those kills. But then again, Alex getting 7 kills, that is pretty insane for match number 1 here, at least.
Indeed. And I think that what you mentioned was absolutely true, right? The timing of their engagement, they wait for their enemies to get a little bit more occupied, so they'll be able to just clean up very easily. And it really felt like the entire span of match 1, they were left unscathed, unscratched, and there was just no contest whatsoever when the teams were going up against Orkless because of how well they set up, especially with those long angles coming from CJ18. That was stellar.
入ってるチームの方が多い。外側のチームは まあほぼ3チームって言っていいかな。
I gotta look through list SE.
南側で
Esports.
すっごい
Doesn't seem like it's gonna be a
勘
clear
違い
angle
フ
for
ァイ
him
ト
to
しよう
work
と
with
してる
right
チ
now
ー
as
ムが
that
いるな。
Esports just
GSW と
passes the rest of the
アルタイ
members
ゴ
of TERA for the meantime. ARMR Esports should be heading their
まあ
way
ちょっとアン
into
チ
this
内
one
で
as
固まってる
well.
チームが多い
So
から
it's all about positioning in the early
そう
game,
これ
and there we go.
南側で
GSW this time
アンチが
wants to be a lot more active than round one. Finds themselves first blood up against Alter Ego Seymour.
Good. Good
ま
way
あ
that
圧死
you
されないようにかな。
don't really
アン
don't
ラ
be
ッキー
passive
は。
about it. If you see a
で
chance
もめ
to
ちゃく
go
ちゃ
for a
混んで
trophy,
る
you just
と
gotta
こ
go. You
に
gotta
いるわ
farm
けで
those
はないから
points any way you can because you can't really
自
tell
分
like
の
how the
陣地を
game will
守
actually
り
go
つつ
as the game progresses to the late game, right? Things unexpected things can happen, especially things that you probably didn't plan to happen. It just so happens because this is still a battle royale. Anything can happen in this situation. Circle being unfavorable, timings, third parties, all kinds of things unfavorable can happen to you. So whatever you can, all these guys just gotta farm as much as possible. So really great conversation GSW. Although this is not going to be the final nail of the coffin for Alter Ego. I've seen them bounce back from. Actually, I believe this is the same scenario that they had for the last one as well. Coming into the next phase with just 3 members standing here. But hey, don't count them out for just yet. They did walk out for the last one with a decent amount of kills on their belt too, despite the disparity of the situation here. But speaking of situation here, now we're seeing teams just constantly dropping pot shots here, constantly harassing here to see it can translate to a kill here. But then again, getting a knock in a compound and translating to a kill, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for sure.
Yeah, whatever chip damage is going to be worthwhile, especially towards those vehicles. Monty already on the hustle. Oh, nasty shots up against those members of NRS. Seem like he could do much more though. Runex is still trying to pepper out players coming from the side of TERA. Meanwhile, Algin Bots is also getting involved as well. Ooh, perfect mark. That's 2 bullets true. Unfortunately, it's a Dragunov that he's working with, so it's gonna take a lot of work to really knock them out of that Dacia. But good convoying all together shouldn't be all too troublesome for these members of NRG to just move past by. But just about enough damage has been done from Algin Bots.
Actually, let's be honest. I'm usually okay. If it was Marama, I would usually be concerned a little bit on ammo economy here. But then again, we're talking about Tego, a very nice circle. Although it did force a lot of teams to do massive rotation, but Tego is still a relatively large map with decent amount of forestry,
寄ったし広がってるし、このタイミングで広がってることをいいことに詰められたらきついから。さあ来た GSW 東回り北側に向かってる残りの2名のとこに行ってるけどどうな
onto the
but
far
it's still doable. It's still okay, you know.
And you can see all these teams, they're just desperately moving across, convoying with wheels just to play by the edges of the river. I won't be surprised if they just bump into each other just by the edge of the riverbank. Meanwhile, Goni going for the shred down as he's now being
わあきついこれ落とせなかったのやばい
How long can he hold out as he does actually find a member of the side of GSW with a little help coming from the side of Bat 8 with Monk also being in the picture and speaking of which
そうだねまあ一番きつい状況になったかも
We also see Feven and Runox is currently en route to towards their location for reinforcement. Sadly, it was just a little too late. Lose 2 of the members there at the same time. But you know, this is what I'm saying right before, right? The disparity of just splitting out your team. Sure, you're covering more ground. You're getting all that information here, but you're not being able to reinforce. You're going to lose a lot of members relatively quick.
どっちかだったもう出るか戦うか中途半端だったね
Did I not knock that guy down? You know, CJ is also coming to the mix. You know, they didn't get the knock, unfortunately.
だから張り付くタイミングで1枚とか落とせてればその合流間に合ったんじゃないかって時間稼げたんじゃないかっていうのもあるけどもうそもそも張り付く可能性があるっていう時点でまあ車乗るべきだったかもな南側の2人は
So he's just making sure that the rest of these members of Vega, they stay
きつい
put.
ね
There's just
今ので
nowhere else that they could actually go.
だいぶ後手、まあ後手にはなっちゃうけど、まあ、それでもどういうポイントの取り方を
Hunkering down
す
to
る
the
のか。
spot, setting up those choke points, and just ensure that
まあ、テラに
their
対しては
enemies
2枚落
won't
とせてる
ever
から
leave、their side.
まあ、テラもアンラッキーが2人落とされてるってことを分かってるから、ここ戦い合うかもね、2対2。
Look on the bright side. At least now he's going to be able to support his team from the line side. Probably just give great advice or good call outs as well. Still going to be there to assist the team. His team's still pretty solid, Vega Esports.
まあ、漁夫し
But
か
you
で
know,
きない
there's
と
that
思
kind
う
of
よ
thing。where in that phase 1 round, right? Or at least this phase 1 or phase 2, right? You just want to get that information as best as possible, right? Get good positioning as well. Try to get a good position to really bank on it at the same time. That's why we saw some teams, especially team newbies, doing the emergency drop dead set into the center here. But with that circle that we saw, right, that was like relative to the riverbank. Actually, I'm really happy you actually brought that up as well here. That's actually a really good spot for teams to really siege in. But at the same time, with teams having similar ideas, which I think what we're seeing too is that north side between AT and Happy Squad, confrontation is inevitable.
Absolutely, and I believe that there's just too many passengers hanging around the airport, and well, I'm not too sure which one's going to be sent off first and
Flight's been
foremost.
cancelled.
A little bit of delay, maybe not cancellation just yet, but hey, half of it is in the field, so it's just very difficult for them to actually play things out in the open. Speaking of which, Gops, they're going with the drop.
うわ、落とさ
Execution
れ
up against Queen, who's unwary from the back.
まあ起こしに行くか、さすがに。
Kind of overheated for a little bit as
なるほどね。
Rolang is looking to go
アルタエゴ
for
向かってきてる
quick
ね。
pickup later on. Cass also being spotted, so this isn't an easy scenario for Atto to work with.
まあ
So
3対3。
wonder if they will have enough time for that reset as RDK as well as Slyfox gets
うわ、勝った
into the full 6 HP 11. He still gets it. Oh, Zenshin.
い
What
や
a
でも熱いんじゃ
miracle
ない今の。
worker he is. Zexy comes into the rescue as well to finally put a dent towards Slyfox's approach.
今の勝ったのはでかいよ。人数状況。
It'll be that 1v1
覆
that
した
quickly
ね。
turns to 1v2 with a little bit of helping hand coming in from the edge as well. It's gonna look for a potential revive in the mix of this heated up battle, and RT's going for the push. He finds the angle, not quite enough to take him down just yet. And now quickly with the wraparound, Akosire gets caught out.
Nice.
Oh, Saint's gotta get there in time, and thankfully he did as well. That's enough pressure that they need to really secure the round itself.
起こせるか。
There goes Shao Esports. They did lose Sly, unfortunately, but hey, you know, Sly, he went down swinging. 2 kills, and they still managed to get for the pick out on Akosire. A lot of
一応起こせる可能性はある
loot
一応。
themselves for the next fight. Really well done. Much
フェーズ2が真北になった時とかは南側の
so
タワー使えるか
practically
も。
we're, I guess you could say we're third of the way or halfway. You know, we're so not used to this 5 matches. We're so I'm so
ラッキー
used
気
to
づい
that
た
6
ら
matches
中
per
央付
day.
近
Rounds.
取れ
He
て
gets
る
the 6 rounds back.
The more the merrier, right? I mean, you should be complaining more. You love Murama here, and there's just one Murama less to you today.
Yeah, I'm a sad boy for that because I always enjoyed the tempo play, especially to see the technical plays coming through from the players. But hey, can't complain because we still have Hago in a mixture of rotations as well. Team Newbies tries to draw a line up against the rest of Savage Men, who's been over on the course of the other side of the road. Unk gets a drop over onto Oraculos. Meanwhile, they're just being so sneaky about it. Sneak Pulse is going to be the front line approach for the rest of TN, but it doesn't seem like Savage Men is interested to push because they do know for a fact that there are a few members of TN has been planted around that vicinity. Perhaps a couple of nades might be able to shake things up a little bit.
さすがに投げないんじゃない？
What's going to be
グレネー
the
ド。
call coming from this side of Xmen, as they do have a member being sent towards CJ18.
燃えないんだあれ。うわ、いいグレ。
Control, we're running out. A beautiful nade coming in from Lun Lun as well.
いいグレ。
Alex try to return
開始。
the favor here. We'll actually return it to.
いい
But
ぞ。
on top of Savior, he gets the second
あれ、
knock.
く
That's
強
probably
く
gonna
ね
be his second kill. But then again, Auckland, their
さあ
members
西
also
側は
dropping
取られ
like
たけど
flies. It all comes down to Alex to be the hero, to be the
くれあ
savior
るよ
here. To try to turn
いやお
things
互いでも
around.
分かって
It is
うわ
1v2 here. Nades are bombarding courtesy of Zenshin.
うわいい
Also
ダメー
joining the
ジ
fray. The blood
ただ起こし
The shocks
許
are
せん
coming an end here. And now Alex
でも
box between two
サベージはもう
thankfully for the cover of the warehouse here.
場所は限られてるから、これ3対2。ただ南側にまあいるけど近くに行けないんじゃないかな。このグレーでうわいいグレこれしかもお互い違うチーム。いや最新のおかげで一番落ちたの分かってるからで銃声も聞こえてるはず。北回りからサベージを潰しに行くか。ありだよこれ北側行ってサベージを潰しに行くのは。ただステイド斬新が前に行けるようになったってだけだね。
More smokes being deployed towards the side of ZSHN, and they do know that this is going to be the bigger fish to fry in this fight. And how long will they keep this up for? The rest of ZSHN decides, let's not waste our time anymore because this is nowhere close to the zone.
まあ内側取れてるから。
Over onto the outskirts instead. So 2 versus 3, a little bit more doable perhaps for Orglis this time around.
But it's also a good call for ZSHN to fall back a bit. You get a nice sniping position as well. They know for the fact that, you know, eventually one or two teams will try to flank the other team from an outline of the compound here. So that's where they start dropping the bullets. That's when they start dropping them like flies here. And don't forget that position, if I'm not mistaken, it's a really nice descending hill here. So it's a great position to try to seize them later on. However, happening on the other side of the map, or at least the central part of the Phase 4 circles here, look at this this position, condensed with players here. And now Monk joining into the phrase. Asu gets tagged, not down yet, just yet, trying to return fire here, and they will get the separate knocks here. But thankfully, I believe Monk will be close to the revives here. Just before he loses his teammates here.
They're just playing ring around the rosy through that bike stop. And CJ18 finally gets the catch, and that is the rest of Xmen. Orglis just showing massive offense and perfect defense throughout that entire scene of a fight. And now perhaps this might just be the call for ZSHN to try to pick them up as well. And this zone swing into the direct center. And this is definitely no good news for those that's been hanging around that airport for a very long time.
弱そうだな、位置。しょうがないけど。
Finally bringing one member down from the side of Monk. And ZSHN
どこ切れるんだあれ。
definitely is expecting for the rest of Orglis to be moving their way. So they will have to be absolutely careful about their approach.
The problem about this as well, especially of course courtesy of Monk as well, drawing attention from ZSHN away. I believe the minute they saw the kill feed of one of the members of ZSHN got knocked down, I think Orglis just found the opportunity to just be aggressive to clear out Savage Men, since one of the 13 that was actually third party initially was just constantly distracted currently at the moment of time. And speaking of Orglis, look at Mad Dog was actually able to find Sai on the long side as well. I think he was trying to do a rotation into the safety of the edge of the circle here and got caught midway. Northside, on the other hand, everyone's just trying to fight for control, but it's just flatland. It's flatland. There's not much cover for all of these guys to play with. But finally, we're seeing our first mortar set up into the round.
守れるとこあんまなくないか。
Really great shots and some
アンラッキーに打ってないのは本当に
wheat fields and barren lands
唯一の
overall.
救いかもしれない。
One M bot just trying to hold out in this shack with a little bit of that emergency cover to give them a little bit more space to dance around.
もうちょっとだね。
Goes for the rest of Outer Ego, firmly planted into a ditch for the meantime.
4
It's
ピ
gonna
ク
be a
セルぐら
tough
いか。
hole up against the rest of the newbies who's pushing through, so we'll see how long will they be able to just
ラッキーダウンしてるけど
find a way
全
out up
滅じゃなければ
against
何でもいい。
Finest of India.
これ遠いからな距離感。
We got 10 trip going up against Nirvana Rebirth Soldier. Always a mouthful to pronounce it, but hey, somehow 10 trip did stay alive, soaking a big load of damage and still drawing those nades to try to cut their entry coming into this scenario. And there we go, finally opening the account. 10 trip knocks out, got XP to take one more member down from the side of NRG.
And RG is going to be the first, going to be the third team to be bailing out from this, or at least during this match number 2 here. But the fight for the battle for the King of the North here still hasn't ended, and it looks like even the southeastern side between GSW and Orca TERA still going head neck to neck with this in this situation. Team Newbies, they're not being too aggressive about it. They're just trying to see if they can try to capitalize on this. Just trying to harass, trying to force out utility, trying to force out the heals from the respective teams. If they can try to kill, that's great. But speaking of which, GSW or Xeno in this case here,
ただノックしてるのは偉い。
on that side spray. Your head was just jacking back and forth from that. That's amazing here. But of course, that being
まだ
said,
生きてるよ。
TERA,
まあこれドンガツ取れるかどうかはわからない。全く。
That was
さあ
a
動かない
crazy
といけ
full
ない
set
のは
from
西側と北側の
GSW.
チーム。
Meanwhile, 10 trip, he's just going to be able to just find the entire angles up against ARMR.
これプッシュするのきつくない？
That's one down.
相手側にスモーク投げないというんじゃないかなこれ。
Calls in for the backup from the rest of Happy Squad. They've only got a wall to work with, and they're so far away from the zone. They just got to find a way to sprint through. There is a working vehicle that they can hop right into, but they need to ensure that they clear suspect before moving out. Monty, he knows what to do. He's been playing together alongside with some of his ex-teammates. Meanwhile, Elgin Box caught out in the middle of bushes. He thought that he's camouflaging, but apparently his head was sticking out. Happy Squad turns to the other way around. Looks to pick up a fight up against Otto Esports.
Dude, this is crazy. We're talking about 12 teams in a phase 6 circles with barely any cover, open fields as well. It's absolute chaos on how teams juggle between each other. When you think teams are assuming that they're going to be going for this 1v1, no, unfortunately not. Third party, fourth parties, maybe with fifth parties from across the other side of the field are joining the fray. Look at the kill feed. It's as teams are just trying to battle for control, and not because they wanted to or not. It's just the coincidence of teams just rolling or crashing into each other for some fun, for some kind of safety or cover.
It's just absolute pandemonium in the fields, and Happy Squad, what was that? He absolutely clutched it as that final member was just hiding behind that vehicle, and somehow he found the angle true. And Happy Squad, they get to go for those revive, only salvaging one member, and backs in 4 points so far. Zen Esports now looking for that lucky grenade. Monk this time bounce out at 10, unfortunately, with all these chaos unfolding through the fields. And just take a look at this. It's absolutely clear for both Zen as well as
アンラッキーのとりあえずアンラッキーの南側は空いたね、今のグレーで。で、北側はまだ残ってるから行けなくて、で、その間に自分たちの南側来る可能性は一応ある。ただ、仕方ない、北側を見ないといけないから。
It really is, but then again, I'm more curious to see how much smokes is available for these guys. Like, sure, Xeno, I'm seeing one smoke. Utility-wise, in this kind of situation where there's just no covers, barely any ditch for the teams to play with, right? Smokes comes in clutch for a lot of these guys here. That's pretty much why you don't see any teams making their way to that center of that circle. Everyone's playing around that edges until they see where's the next phase 7. This is a situation where now teams are too heavily dependent on the circle, because that's going to be determining how the teams are going to be interacting in this next couple of seconds here. This crucial next second will determine who will be favored here, and it seems like Alter Ego
東側全外れはでかいなこれ。
and even Team Unlucky. You are right, Contra. They should change the name at this point here. That is a phenomenal position for them to be in here. Alter Ego, not really out of the clear just yet. Even though they are somewhat at the edge of that circle, but there's barely any cover for themselves here. These two teams are just currently keeping themselves in check on this eastern side at least.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the right timing to infiltrate the zone, because right now, if you're just gonna full send it with a vehicle, you're gonna get every attention onto your side.
東側のチームがどうかだよ。アルタエゴがずっと見てるんだよね、アンラッキーのこと。行きたそうに、北側の両線を。もうそこしか打てないんだろうけど、アルタエゴは東側を警戒しないといけない順番になってくる。うわ、よく抜いた。 うわ、でもきつい。どこ見るか。活気ロする。ケンズケンズわからない。見えない。あれ、確実に2人いたのを知ってたはずだけどね。聞こえ。うわー。うわ、いいグレ。まあまあまあまあ。でもいいポイントじゃない ?GSW。あ、全然あるよ、アンラッキー。これ、状況的に。正直、アルタエゴの方。
per phase into this final.
アルタエゴ潰したかったね。車線通ってる間に。いいシールドとスモークだね。いや、ギリあるけど、こっから見つけれるかどうかだよ。このオーグレス、マットドッグはマジで動いてないからずっと。超えた瞬間にだいぶ、きついね。外れかどうか、ちょっと外れた。しかも外れたのはアンラッキーだけ。アルタエゴは、ほぼ関係ないから外れてるけど、東側入れるから。そう、これ GSW がその南側オールインして結構きつい状況になったけど。いやー、そうね、これ超えるしかないよな。So long as they will be able to spot them over on the far corner. And take a look at Alter Ego. They have yet to set foot inside the zone just yet. So this is looking a little bit dicey because where exactly would be the safest entry point? Because right now, utility looking, this could be an opportunity, but they're not entirely taking it. Not that they really know about the rest of the field. Speaking of the fields, it's only show left for the side of GSW, and they've got a whopping 11-point round.
Honestly, I'm not too worried about Alter Ego's current positioning or walking into the circle because they're currently at the side of the road, right? There's like this descending, it's not really a massive hill, but it's like this descending hill, like exactly like what we're seeing from Show, right? From their angle, so they can slowly creep their way in. It's just a matter of whether there's a team nearby to pronounce their surprise here. So they're really taking baby steps here. They knew they still have a couple of few seconds before the blue zone gets on top of them as well. So they're really finding time to get as much intel as much as possible. Madong on the other hand, that's the best he can do with the situation that he has. But let's be honest, with the vehicle next to him, let's be honest, he's sticking out like a sore thumb in a flatlands here. So hopefully no one spots him in the long range on the other hand. Unlucky, also keeping their heads down, trying to be as safe as much as possible, and GSW as well. But like I mentioned before, this is a situation that comes down to smokes, and a lot of these teams barely have any smokes left. I think Alter Ego is the only one since they have two members, each of them having 1 or 2 smokes respectively. This at least allows them to at least enough smoke trail.
Oh my god, よくわかったね。
I told you before, Contra, that vehicle is sticking out like a sore thumb. Better be safer to just nade it away. What a safe way to check it out.
いや、いい牽制グレー。
That guarantees a top 3 finish at the very least. And also, what's refreshing this year is that we're playing TPP as well. So you get
その
a
グレーは届かないんじゃないか。
bigger field of view for all these
まあ
players.
奥側にいると
Check
思って
some
る
of
の
these
か。
corners, so
サルタエゴが最初に
Meanwhile, the rest of Unlucky, they're just having their backs up
超え
against
たけど、
the blue zone.
まあ GSW 先かこれ、アンラッキー的に。
Directly towards their corner from Alter
いや、いい。
Ego, like actually finding
ただ、
But it's gonna be Runex that
そう
actually
だ
gets
ね。
the check onto show
まあ、一
first
体
and
に。
foremost. Now, Team Unlucky only left with Even. He's gonna go in for
グレネードある。これ怖いぞ。
as well as the AUG. But nades are being sent right in. There's just no more space. Blue zone grenade just to make matters worse. And there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And the rest, they say this history. Alter Ego takes the first chicken dinner for Indonesia here in match 2.
really well done, and I believe Alter Ego also intends
いや、惜しい。いや、ちょっとね、何個かある。そのスモークの炊き方が横並びじゃなくて、そうなんだろう。多分2個炊いたと思うんだけど、自分たちの目の前とちょっと奥、そう横にしちゃったんだよね。そう奥だったら超えて、その自分たちの遮蔽物とか作れたかもしれないけど。うわー、ナイファイだな。いや、でもよくポイント取れた。これ、序盤で2人落ちてこれたから。
Will they be able to make it to the zone or so? But of course, there was a lot of all these blind spots that all the other teams were unable to check. GSW had to deal with unlucky.
いや、ポイント取れてるよ。マジでいい感じに。まあ、アンラッキーはこの試合、あれだね、序盤のスプリットをしてもいいんだけど、その突貫されそうだなと思ったらもう車乗った方がいい。これ、
I mean, it's like what we were discussing before. I mean, Phase 1 is just it's all about getting that information for themselves. It's a relatively large map. Yes, sure, it's a little bit too far for some of the teams that dropped relatively earlier, but it's still large enough to really encompass a lot of these teams here. So we only started seeing a lot of them or more back-to-back skirmishes as we slowly got into more closer into and around Phase 3 onwards. You start seeing teams just constantly juggling with each other. We saw some really great pickups here, and teams just trying to juggle between two teams at the same time. August being one of those teams as they battle between not just against Savage Man Esports, but even Team Zenshin at the same time, and they still managed to came out on top of the situation.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible of what Akosire has been able to bring to the table in so many of all these fights. And then we got this incredible play coming from the side of Monk as well to play out in the open fields. And, you know, it's just a scarcity of covers.
でもまあ常にトップ4位置まで粘れるんだったら、いや全然ある。であとはどっかのタイミングでうまく当てはまってドンカツできれば頭一つ抜ける。内容も状況も悪くない。でもエイパックってやっぱその突然の突貫があるから、それに対して対応できるかどうか。アルタエゴイーグルだよなあれ。
Orkless, they've won out the first match, but now with a new winner in the
よ
form
くわ
of
かったな。
Alter Ego,
なんか
does Alter Ego have enough
キ
points
ャスタ
to
ーが言う
actually
には
surpass
その
what Orkless have brought throughout two
車
rounds? So,
マットドッグが隠れてた車の
Could be a possibility as
そ
well.
の
So
後ろ
we are
側が
talking
ちょびっ
about
と出てた
the
からそこに対して投げたかも
placement
ね。
points at all, the huge amount of kills they were able to secure for themselves in the second match as well. But you know, as you know, right now we're currently racking through doing the calculation behind the scenes as well. I'm also trying to like just really look back for like how the teams are really addressing to their rounds, right? Because besides placement points, right, the kill points also somewhat matter in this tournament. So at the same time, not a lot of teams were able to walk out with as many points as much as possible.
いやどうだろう
amount of teams that actually walked out with at least more than
ギ
3
リマウ
points
スパッド足りなかった
total
可能
amount
性
of
も
points
あ
in
る。
their hands. We can literally
あの
count
止め
them
方。
within one hand here. A lot of teams actually went out with just one kill point for
久しぶりに見に来た
themselves. Some
TPP。
was
そう
more
です。
lucky than
TPP に
others.
なって
They
ま
was able to
す。
secure that placement points as they were playing for that, playing a little bit more passive than usual. But anyway, here is our top 4 team. Naturally, it's going to be our winner chicken dinner team taking that top spot with 1,000 amount of total damage. But then again, not as much as GSW, as they were able to secure
いや十分十分。
11 total kills here. And this is not just from match 1, even not just not during match 2, even match 1 they also had a significant amount of kills here. So far GSW really showcasing their performance here, whereas for Orgless, as we were discussing just we were talking about it just now, they still managed to walk out with 5 kills. No chicken dinner unfortunately, but still 5 kills and a couple of placements here. Very hard to determine whether they will be overcome by Alter Ego or not.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. GSW absolutely impressive with their performance. performance where they just went all out.
GSW
They were
もすごいね、
sweeping
確か
body
に。
edges from the south side into the zone with only one member left, and they back a total of 11 kills and the most damage by far in this round. After Ego, they scored themselves 19 points in total, and of course GSW comes in with another top 2 finish, so they should be pretty much within the top 3 still after 2 stellar rounds. Meanwhile, Team Unlucky, they've been stacking points after points throughout these
そう
2
ですね、
matches,
応援するしかない。
they're definitely well secured within the top 3 as well. Orcless, Senshin, as well as Zen makes up the rest of
めっちゃいい
the
感じ。
top 6 of the ladder. And then
熱い。
why I say this round is maybe a little bit more equal in the comparison to what went by back in round 1 is that some teams have already shaked out some of the rust, like we said before. So you see an average of 3
トップ4
corners
ね。
to be distributed
いいですよ、いい
to
です
plenty
よ。
of teams from the middle of the pack.
まあちょっと
even down to
同じ
the
チー
lower
ムがポイント
rung of the
取りすぎて
ladder.
るかな、
But it's
こ
been a
の
little bit of a struggle for
ツー
some
ラ
of
ウン
the
ドは割と。
senior teams such as Savage
だから
Pencils and
あんま
Arcade,
り
which usually are late
4位
bloomers,
になっちゃ
but
ってるけど、
is surprising to me
2
that
試合
they
連
walked
続
away within 2
トッ
rounds
プ4内にいるのは
bagging
だい
2
ぶ
points to
強
0
いからね。
points. So there's a lot more work to do for
こ
some
れ
of
を
these
やり
guys
続
out
け
there.
て、
Yeah.
プラス
But,
で
you know,
ど
in
っかの
terms
タイミン
of
グでドン
aggression,
活できれ
definitely
ば、
they were one of the few more aggressive teams, or at least some of
まあ
the few teams that we've been
2
seeing
位、
at least these
1位、
past
2
two
位はな
matches,
るか
who
な。
doesn't shy away from a fight here. But you know, a lot of these fights they were taking, right? It's a lot of this long distance harassing, right? Sure, they get a couple of knocks. We saw the kill feed. They're getting knocks from against various teams here, but just can't really translate to get those kills. Well, I mean, naturally, you
いや
are
ー、で
getting
かいな、
those
11
knocks
ポイント、
from
12ポイン
either
ト。
against team that has decent
平均的に取ってた
decent
ら。
compounds or decent cover.
これ
or
下
there's a
が
nice
取
dish
れ
for them to
取れ
fall
てなさ
back
すぎなん
here,
だ
or
よ
at least
な。
or teams has really great reaction to follow up with defensive smokes to go for the
で
rebounds here.
も
So
わかんないからね、いろんなチーム、尻上がりのチームいるかもしれないから。
they may not able to rack up a lot of kill points. But if we talk about the amount of damage they've been outputting at least for this round, definitely it's not. They can actually go toe to toe with some of our top 4 team at least. The amount of fights they're in.
I could absolutely agree with you that we're taking the creme de la creme of APAC in general, where
2
these
試合
are
連
basically
続、
winners as well as
あ
top
とは
6 from
アンチが
each
狭い
respective PMS clubs
時の
that
スタートが多
comes
かったから、
into this tournament of
多
the
かったっていうか、この2
Masters
試合
Series.
連続そうなんだけど、
This just 2 rounds. We
だ
got
からスペー
plenty
スが
more for you
大
guys
き
out
い
there. Make sure
時
you guys
どうなるか、
follow
スペースが大きすぎるとどうなるかっていうと、
PUBG esports scene.
スプリットをしだして、そのスプリットが潰される可能性が高くなっちゃうから、そこだけは注意したい。
More minutes. Stay tuned.
そうちょっと飲み物とね、皆さんもご飯食べながらお待ちいただけると。あと5分後。
I am translucent from Team Newbies. We are the first Indian team to qualify for PMS finals, hoping to put up a good show.
我是台港澳赛区的 GSW YU， 请大家多多指教。
Halo, nama saya Ezar. Di tim saya dipanggil Gops. Kami dari tim Ato.
アンラッキー所属のサニーサイドアップです。よろしくお願いします。
प्राथमिक चिकित्सक किट
这是急救包，
Darah.
応急キット、
हरा गोली
5.56毫米子弹，
Pelor hijau.
5.56、
तवा
平底锅，
Panci.
フライパン、
मौली
燃烧瓶，
Oli.
火炎瓶、
ऊर्जा पेय
能量饮料，
Minuman.
エナジードリンク、
उड़न खटोला
滑翔机，
Glider.
グライダー、
BDSM
装甲车，
Tank.
投降者、
headshot
爆頭，
Pala.
ヘッドショット、
पेटी
空投，
Drop.
補給物資、
चिकन डिनर
大吉大利，今晚吃鸡。
Chicken.
とんかつ、
this विजेता सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीम
他们得冠，
Juara.
優勝。
Fellow PUBG enthusiasts, welcome back once again to the PUBG Master Series 2026 Phase 1. I'm Len, also known as Yonoli, and gracing us here at the Casa Desk is going to be the one and only Contra, as we both walk through you guys the back-to-back action, PUBG action that's going to be happening for this next few weekends here, and we're both very excited for it.
That's right. Make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled on the screen and maybe get your phones ready to snap some of the... Yeah. Snap that code for you to claim those G coins, because they will be appearing from time to time. So the more you watch, the more G coins you earn. So make sure you follow us on all of our social platform for you guys to keep up to speed and everything happening around PUBG, Esports, APAC. So of course, I'm excited to see who's going to be the champions of, at least day one. I don't want to predict who's going to be the champions of the weekend just yet. And with this brand new format, with us playing TPP as well, things are just so much more exciting. And now that we're going into Rondo, I call this the farming grounds, because this is where they get to stack as many points as they could. You take down the enemy team and you just leave one guy alive, and they go ahead, bring those blue chip back. You can farm them again if you want. So, yeah, we'll have to see how things will turn out to be for many of these teams who have yet to score big for the past 2 rounds. Maybe this is going to be their best opportunity to do so. Alter Ego, they've been known to be kings here in the fields of Rondo. Can they once again execute their master plan, as they love to drop somewhere in between Jiaoting as well as Stadium to get those points on the block?
Definitely, for sure. We have a lot of this deal with a huge amount of high grounds and also decent forestry and a lot of decent amount of compound and a flight path that we're currently witnessing as well. It's imperative for a lot of these guys to get this nice spot for this. We did see teams was able to fully capitalize on really great positioning for themselves here and found a decent amount of points. GSW being one of the few examples here, but also at the same time, they were being really passive on the position either. They were also looking for those fights. They were also trying to see if they can actually try to earn a couple of more points for themselves, earning them that total 11 kills for the previous round. Even in the first match as well, although they did drop relatively early, they still were able to, still able to get decent amount of points for kill points on top of the position they will receive, earning them all the way to that final top 3. But other than that, got some really nice flight path. Everyone should be able to go where they need to go. We haven't really seen teams really contesting for certain hot spots for themselves.
いいにしろはまあ遠くはない近くもないけどただ間に3チームぐらいいるな NRG がどいてくれれば、楽なアンチにはなるかなとりあえずフェーズ1、フェーズ2は
And last round, it's a lot to do with Trick as well as Simoy in order to really bank home the bulk of the points for our winners in round 2. So, Alter Ego, this is a field that they have played throughout so many of all
Unlucky
these matches that they've played competitively in Rondo before that they have a very solid game plan. And later you'll see how they actually control the entire region of both Jiao Team as well as Stadium by being in between, sneaking up on all these other unsuspecting victims. And I did mention that there's two spots that were coming very close by as we go into the test track to see if Happy Spot's going to be able to bank themselves some points up against Monk.
It seems like they are trying to make that kind of control as well. They did have one of the members knocked out, but I believe Revive is
TPP の方が情報は取れるけど、情報硬すぎて、もう何がいいのか分かんないんじゃないかな。
They want to look for those fights. They want to look for those kills whenever they can. But then again, at the same time, they need to get a little bit more intel here. But Tantrum did give a decent one. I'm pretty sure you heard the car going by, so they know for sure there's someone playing on that vantage point, being that snipe, that scout to really go for those spotters here. Although coming from Happy Scott, I believe they do not. This is not exactly the phase they really want to try to go for that full send here. But it's that kind of thing where. Now they're stuck in a situation where they need to try to go for the pick of their at least their fallen ally here. A fight might just actually have to happen. But you know, straight away, we walk through the man of the match for match number 2.
That's right, Craig. He was just in the center of the mix, and he just backs up his teammates in such a great flank angle that he clears out the entirety of armor just like that.
TPP の割には序盤から戦ってるイメージあるな。
Calm and calculated with his plays overall that he's always sneaking up onto somebody and just like that he just goes in 180 flakes onto the other guy from the hill. This guy, he's just got plenty of cricks up his sleeve. See what I did there?
Yeah, I saw it plain and clear.
You smell it from miles away.
Yeah, I felt it coming, but hey, you know, still a pretty damn good one. I'm not gonna take that from you. But you know, other than that, that was insane. Also, you really know how to just position them well enough to really corner now. They're really fantastic hunters. I guess you could say in this kind of situation. But you know, speaking of which, ZSHN unfortunately going to be losing Sly Fox. Once again, Sly Fox will be bailing out.
Oh,
well, what a sprint and a reaction come from Sing with the problem for the knocks. Unfortunately, could have fought with the 2K. If he got that double knock. That would have changed the playing field quite heavily here. But then again, ATO not out of the
さあ、まあ1対1、ほぼ1対1だね、状況的に。起こしてるのはわかる。あ、2対1になった。これ無理だね。いや、いいね。
Whoa, that was some explosive exchange in close quarter combat. And like you said, that could have been a 2K. A lot of body shots connected, and that member was just left with 8 HP by the end of that fight. And my goodness, Vega now goes in for that solid pickoff coming from AJ.
強いな、両戦の戦い。
A young prodigy coming from Malaysia as the rest of Vega Esports is hoping to skill up the
意外となんかプッシュする方が勝ってるな。
Doesn't seem like it's been a good day out so far for the side of the
序盤だけかもしれないけど。
Might be able to draw an exchange though. Unforgiven pops a tire, pops his head as well. Teddy instantly gets thirsted down. Unforgiven, he wants more.
ちょっと早すぎた気はするけど。さあ、そこ落ちたとしてもきついのは変わんないから。ういー、確認不足。
That is really great follow-up for this as well. Although slowly recover from the aggression coming in from TD here, once again we'll be bailing out early just like number 2. But like you said before, Beacon Tower as long as they win out this fight. But then again, we do see some of the remaining members of Team Newbie coming in to reinforce. It is 2v3 here. If Translucent can get another knock in this situation, it might turn the tide back in their favor here. But oh no, he gets spotted out and instantly a headshot will seal his fate. And now Unforgiven will be left to fight for his life on this.
まあでも情報は入ったよ、今ので。
No vehicles for him to transcend down as well. This will be his final stand. He intends to do as much damage as he can here to make it really hurt for against Team VG here, who has come to claim his life.
Well, we'll have to see what will he cook up. That grenade maybe cooked a little tad too late though.
そうだね。
And he
キャ
goes
スター
in
見
with
てる。グレネードを
sawed
起動
off
するの
dust
遅
to
かった。
finish
ピン抜
off
く
the
の遅
rest
かった。
of the newbies. And overall, that was still a very great display of what Unforgiven has offered us overall up against the rest of Vega. But maybe it took a little too long. That flank was ineffective because he kind of ran into that Sia. Then it all goes to shambles, right? Else that could have actually been a big play for the side of the newbies.
You know, but then again, at the same time, we had enough speed that car could have like knocked them down. Right? I mean, it could have gone either way, but you know, the
a lot of what ifs.
Yeah, a lot of what ifs, right? But you know, hey, you know, well done, Team Newbie. You showed your, you know, kudos to you, kudos to them, right? They showed their last hurrah in that kind of situation of a fight. They were already like a man down, having a little bit of a disadvantage as well here. So, still fine. Whereas on the other side for Orgless, actually, I'm still rather surprised. In phase one, we already, you know, at most, I thought at least one team will get removed out of the way, or at least like teams limping into the round. I didn't expect to see this much damage happening, at least during phase one here. We're not only two teams being bailed out here, Contra, but we see Team Zanshin also limping their way in. VG, one member down, but you know, that's not going to really count them out. They're going to be able to revive TD once they find the
just
blue
take a look
tower.
at the stats as well, right? Like Alec, he's done close to 2k damage, 9 kills under his name so far. And teams would wish that, you know, they could achieve similar results as a squad. This guy is like an absolute unit. So Orkless could always rely on Mr. Dependable. Happy Squad so far have not really broken through the rest of the
このキャスター2人好きで
We do
す。
see
お
the
もろい。
rest of Monk. They still have this pretty much well under control, but how long more do they really want to stay in test track? I know it's phase one. They can sort of tank out the blue zone damage, but you kind of don't want to sit around and wait for far too long.
Yeah, especially since they didn't really like rotate out of their current position, right? They were just stuck there alongside with Team Monk, I believe, as well here. So not a lot of loot for them to play with compared to some of the other teams who have already traversed the land here, relocated and repositioned themselves to actually restock in terms of their supplies and utilities here. Let's be honest,
まあ間に入ったね。あんだけとりあえず自分たちが一番後ろじゃないっていうのも、でも理解できてはないと思う、まだ。もうだいぶ中に入ってるね、でも。承知の上か。
poking at each other from long range, and a fight that honestly they thought that it's going to last for a couple of seconds, lasted for a couple of phases here, until the point where there's just not enough utilities to go around here. Ammo economy is not a problem for these guys. The problem is the utilities, which comes in clutch for a lot of these teams, especially when you get towards that final circles here. But once again, Team Unlucky, they're a team that loves to prioritize. They love to get to that center part of the map. This has been their playstyle for this past few Master Series. It's not going to change anytime soon. The only difference this time, or at least during this Master Series Contra, will be the fact that they're a little bit more aggressive about this. They got a nice good spot. They start to look for fights, and I'm happy for that aggression, because that at least earned them that top 4 spots. 23 points, that's amazing, honestly, coming from their past history here.
Yeah, overall, they've been absolutely efficient on their approach, and Zen Esports looking to also enact that over onto their calls as well. We'll have to see
効率的だし、ポイントも取れてるし、前回のPMS と違って、今回はアグレッシブさが見られますっていう。いや、もっとアグレッシブになることあるよ。僕らのアンラッキーは。
So for the moment, coast is clear for the side of Orkless. Have yet to find any form of skirmish throughout phase 1 as well as phase 2.
まあ2チームいなくなったことでだいぶ平和になったね。
We've seen so many iterations of the Archangel roster, we call it. Of course, CJ18 has been around since I think like 2018, 19, from what I can recall at the very least. Maybe it goes even way back. And he's still here showing us incredible display of skill. Meanwhile, ARMR
うわ、バレたから一瞬で
か
キルは入ったね。入った入った。まあでも起こせるし。いや、まあちょっと面倒は増えるね、確かに。
Especially when it comes to ARMR Esports, right? Or at least previously they were previously known as Justice for Tomorrow, right? When they were there around Master Series Phase 1, they were in 12th place at the end of that phase, right? But in Phase 2, what was different between Phase 2 and Phase 1 was the addition of Suspect, their in-game leader, right? With the addition of Suspect, he brought that magic in that team and really allowed them to scale back to 5th place at the end of Phase 2 here, 2025 here. I want to see the exact same magic here right now. Sure, they're a little bit of a slow, or at least in your terms, Contra, a slow cooker, right? They will take a little bit more time for them to really kick that engine back, rev that engine back into gear here. But I want to see that same magic back. I want to see that same fight coming from that OC and the team. But other than that, look at Alter Ego right now. Although very consistent stats across all the boards from all these guys here, but so far Alex having 9 kills alone just by himself within this past 2 matches is actually insane to me, and that's the highest total kills for a single player.
And just by 9 points alone, you could have actually had, if he plays a solo squad,
right?
he's probably in the top 10. you think about it, because right now the cutoff point is like about 8 to 9 points around
ジャオティンの外側にいるっていうのがやっぱでかいよね、これ。ジャオティン寄ってたとしても、寄ってもいいし、外れてもいいしっていう位置取りいる。ただ問題なのは、真南になった時に、ちょっと山があるから、南側の。
Oh, that is not good.
Oh, he's soaking too much. He's only down to 20 HP, but he still gets it done up against Bad A.
今のは
Oh,
弾を使わしたね。
calculated. I must say, coming with some cover coming from London as
HP
well.
は不利やったけど。
Oh, that was
あれ
absolutely
で文句の選手
dicey,
が
and I don't think it's over
あれ使ってたら、サブ武器使ってたら、あったね、もう。
Dude, honestly, it could have it almost
Oh my
went the
God,
wrong
い
way
い
for
グレ
that
ネー
picked
ド。
up as well.
うわ、落ちないんだ。
The note was absolutely insane here, but of course,
バウンスしないのあのグレネ
was
ー
able
ド
to。recover from that.
そんな綺麗にストンと落ちることあ
Goes
る。
in for the sidelines here. London will be the one to come in to nail 2 of the remaining unexpected members of Monks here, while sadly one of the members will be taken in the spray, and that's going to be 2.
もうすご
And
す
now
ぎ
they
今の。
will capitalize on this additional kills that they're able to make for themselves. Yeah, Monk.
その前のグレーがうますぎたけど、どっちかっていうと。
Or actually 3, right? Yeah, 3
Wow,
members down.
gakira
One member
hitta.
remains here. And no possibility to reclaim their tags as well.
グレネードが、グレネードじゃない、スモークが。
It's a little rough, I would say. But that's kind of what they get for, spending too much time in the test track. And now, big nades unfolding right before the eyes of Savior with Jing just taking out his fellow
まあこの、まあこのうちはね、アンラッキーの出番はだいぶ後じゃない。
This is going to be a lost cause if they were to stay over on the corner zone a little too late. Hopefully you recovered some of the tax though, because
だいぶ後だよこれ。
an easy task to even look for a tower at this point of time in the game.
ジャオティン側、西側、
How they played out in Tego, they were
まあ南側ちょいきついぐらい。東は全くわかんない。東側になったら本当に情報ないから。 0-100になる可能性もある。 でもその4つの選択のうち2個は取れてるから。わお。なんでショットガン持ってるの逆に。
Alter Ego stays afloat on top.
Oh, Quinn, he was not sweating in that situation. He knew he had him with a shotty in hand, with the shotty hand, just constantly bobbing and weaving here. That's an unfortunate one for
He's not
Savage,
sweating
man.
っていう言い
But
方
now
は
we're moving on.
焦ってない、落ち着いてますねっていう言い方。
And of course, naturally, it goes
あ
towards
の
the
ラッ
south
キ
side
ー寄
of
った
Jaltin.
北側、
Still
ジャオティンが入ってる。
massive amount of compound.
まあめんどくさいっちゃめんどくさいな。これでジャオティンだけに入ったら、この後ずっと不利だけど、ちょっと外れるとか、ジャオティンの人たちが戦い始めたら、まあ一番人数残せるよね。アンラッキーは。まあ、西側のチームを牽制しながらになるから、まだだいぶ強ポジだと思う。 いる場所
They've been scammed multiple times, right? Like
ジャオ
first
ティ
it
ンの
was
中
Primoz, and then it was
寄
not.
らなければこの
And
先
then there was the airport
もう
situation
願うしかな
where
い
they all have to bail from that airport. So
Yes, yes.
I think there's definitely a little bit of a trend, unless like, you know, this time, you know, third time's a charm. Just stay put in the city. You might just be safe. You might not be safe. We'll never know. That's the beauty of the game. Meanwhile, Armor Esports, they're one of those who are planted directly in the center of the city. So Jiao Team, well, roughly translates to hotel. I'm not too sure how many hotels there are. But oh, Teddy, nasty shot towards the side of Xishan, straight to the dome. And he's going to look to pin out more and more of these members out of Zen Esports, as they were hoping to at least retrieve members from the tower, and now succumbing to the wrath of Teddy.
Yeah, it's especially since with the knock coming in at the same time. Now, previously we seen TD actually get knocked out relatively early, so they were able to bring it back in time into the next big fight here. So moving forward, our team Unlucky. It's a small place for them to play with here. It's probably not the most safest here. It's the most centralized part of the circle here at the same time here. So this could be probably the most heated spot for a lot of this team as they slowly make their way down, depending on how the circle shifts later on. Orca's also pretty in a nice spot. A lot of this team is currently
まあ安全ではないけど、
Let's just see for how long
中央付近は取れてるよねって。
Nola, I'm here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Okay. All right. We do have some interesting stats coming from the side of Team Unlucky, as we have Goni, who's been offering the bulk of the damage throughout the past couple of rounds. What was really impressive was back in match 1 with the BDR in play, where they just infiltrated the Happy Squad and just unleash chaos into the city of Primoz. And overall, maybe they're looking to do exactly the same if it does happen to be moving into the corners of Jiao Team once again. But a safe bet for many of these teams to play is from the outskirts. True enough, Unlucky. They're directly in the center together alongside with GSW. Even Alter Ego gets to secure themselves that beautiful kill for them to slowly wither down enemy squads, whether if they're exiting the Jiao Team area or from the far west of the outskirts.
Yeah, but I also gotta give it to a Team Unlucky. So, oh man, TD, not again. Oh, try to go for the loot crate here, but hey, you know, easy to get spotted out. There's just too many teams. This is the problem. This is the problem when you're playing in such a massive compound area like this, right? There's just too many corners to really clear things out, right? Especially with the TPP meta, right? It's so easy for team to just check corners and just ready to just unveil that grand surprise to any unsuspecting team as they make their way in here as well here. So fortunately for TD, it's going to be one of the few that's going to be caught off guard alongside. Looks like ARMR Esports also going to be joining in the fray on the other end here. Shadow Esports also having their own situation to deal with. And it's going to be against Nirvana as they are battling for control. This is the corner. This is what we were concerned about, right? Where if the circle were to shift down south, sure, they're still within the compound, but there's just too many teams here. I'm looking at like 6 or 7 teams trying to battle for control. Sure, you can stay at the safety of the corners of the edges here, but that's not how the circle works. That's how this team have experienced in the past here. So far, Team Unlucky, they're the only team so far that have been making really great call net positioning. A good location where, no matter how the circle shift, it's still going to be enough for at least to have options to deal with.
味方もろとも投げてるよねこれ。
Absolutely flushing out not just one, but 3 members of NRG here.
あ、残り1枚か。
Somehow he was unscratched throughout the entirety of those deathly.
いやー、綺麗な戦い方。いや、よく耐えたね、一人で。
All these great runs into the top 10, bowing out at 12 this time around, as we have this urban warfare unfolding. You can see from the minimap, it's absolutely colorful. It's kind of hard to even tell who's fighting who at this point, but You can see that they're just waiting for the right timing to really push through into the outskirts.
まあ入ってくるチームはワンチャンいるからそこだけ注意したいところだけど。
Up against the rest of the field, as they do sense that there
いや
is
いい
more
と
being
こ
sent their way.
バレてなか
Holy
ったら。
smokes, that was a little too close. Thankfully, nobody gets blasted through, but that's it too soon. There's still Alex pinning them down.
Oh, and the crazy thing of all, it's
俺かテロも持
courtesy
って
of
る。
Alex. It's him again.
いやいい
Bring
とこ。
absolute terror to Orca Terra right now in the open field. There goes the defensive smokes. They spotted the angles here, but then again, this is the problem, right? Your vehicle is currently out in the open here. This is not even a phase 7 or a phase 8 circle. It's just recently a phase 6.
いや
You're
い
losing
いと
vehicles.
こ当て
Your
る
vehicles
な。
doesn't have cover.
え
You're
かける入った
losing
えかける入った
weak. That's pretty much why you see Orca Terra dropping down defensive smoke or at least smoke trails because they just need to get into the circle as best they can.
Dip is just staring at those mortars because Rolex is connected one already. Shout out to the observers because they got the priorities right for witnessing all these crazy shells dropping
あ、
directly
大悟も撃ってる。
onto Orca Terra.
いやちなみに俺かテロも持ってるか
You're
ら
not
ね。
holding back, you're just
そう、
continuously
そこに左側に
pushing
置いてある。
through. Meanwhile, Trick's also connecting one up against Mad Dog. How many shells are
え
there
返
left
してるこれ。
with those mortars? I want to see more of that. Meanwhile, Jexy tears down
やべ
those
読み切れない。
members of ARMR Esports. Cherry goes down. Not out just yet though. So there's definitely
あアルタエゴからの車線か。
of the
あ、じゃああれか。モーターがそこに刺さったんか。アルタエ
This
ゴの。
is just looking so hairy at the moment.
アルタエゴ
Orcless just
戦いに行ってますよ。
slowly looking for those angles as Orca Terra is cooking their own mortars as well. Take a look at that. One
いや
vehicle
アルタエ
down,
ゴ
that's
と
two.
オーグレス
Oh, 1v3 and he does it all.
でかい横の戦
Orcless
い。
somehow slowly being weirded
2
down by the rest of the pros
対
coming
2
from the
か
side of Alter Ego and they could not spot out from the top side of the hill.
2対1。
Now down to
わあ、アルタエゴが
1v1,
勝
he goes
っ
down.
た。
Orcless goes for a streak of 5, but they will go down.
A much needed spray down, especially from Alter Ego. They really want to secure that top spot as well for themselves here. So getting rid of a rival contender really puts them in a good spot. But that doesn't necessarily mean they got out of this
まあ大きい
fight
ファイト
totally
勝ったけ
here.
ど、アルタエゴ
Two
2
members remain
枚、
here.
残り
They
2枚
pick up
ってことだ
huge
から、こ
amount
っ
of
から
kills,
先
8
は
kills
も
on top of that as well.
う入ん
Now,
ない
if
とい
they
け
can
ないん
just
じゃない
be
かな、
able to
街
just
に。
will their way into placements, then it just might be just great. But then again, we are talking about Team Unlucky. These guys, they're not going to move unless the blue zone dictates it. So they are going to be very comfortable. They're going to be the one that's gatekeeping Alter Ego currently at this moment of time. They
なんと
still have
Unlucky
vehicles here.
唯一
They
取れ
still
たキ
try to
ル。
make their way.
モーター
But
で
there's
す。
not a lot of options for Alter Ego.
まあ
You
しょう
go
がない
straight,
け
you
ど、
run into straight
モーター
into
でしかキル
Unlucky.
取れないでしょ、
Go
この。
right, you run into
いや、よく抜いた
And instantly a snipe coming from
か
Gold Nail here.
角で入るね、これ。奥側から取れなければ。
So much commotions here. Now joining the attention of not the remaining members of Team Unlucky, but even GSW here. But they did manage to find a shack for them to
車
place
線
it
怖
here.
っ。
So
でも
hopefully
覗いて
the
こないね。
circle does favor him in time to at least try to will out the storm to get to that final top 4, or at least try to get as many as a better placement
オフロー
point
ド作る
compared
ぞ。
to
いやいや、間に合わないでしょ。
Team Unlucky,
い
they're
けいけいけい
armed
け、
and
2キル
loaded.
目。タイミン
They
グ
were just so prepared because they heard all that
は
ruckus
い、ナイス
happening
いい
to
ね
high。hills, and
はい、
they're
2キル
just
目。
looking to slowly
さあ、でも、
pin them
か
off.
キルポイントが少ないってことは、まあ、
Well,
ちょっと
perhaps
ドンカツの重要
too,
性
as,
高くな
I
っちゃうよ
do
ね。
believe that member has been able to
GSW も残ってんだよね、いい位置にしかも。
Algin Bots does actually drop a grenade and
まあ、アンラッキーよりは、
action inside the city is slowly subsiding,
そ
but
の安全性の面で
when they need to run
劣
through,
るんだ
that's
けど。
where Helter Skelter breaks loose.
戦わないといけないのは GSW。キルポイントの可能性があるのは GSW。ただ、ドンカツになりやすいのはアンラッキーだと思いたい。
for such a long time, despite having Orcless who's been pushing them through. Well,
これ
that
無
was
理で
pretty
しょ、
much
プッシ
done
ュす
and
んの。
dusted when Alter Ego have
外側でしか、ハッピースカートこれ何もできないよ、これ。
perhaps this is where we will
2
see
チームから撃たれる
Alter
ようなもんだからな、これ。
slowly overtaking the rest
無
of
理やり木
Team
ロード作っ
Orcless
て張り付くぐらいしか
after
で
3
きないの
rounds.
か
So,。Happy Squad firmly in control over the far northern point of the fields. Is still looking for those big guns up against TERA, and he might just actually find those angles. And there's barely enough cover through that pickle bus. Oh, Monty, perfect timing to just
い
go
や
in for
き
that
つい
jiggle.
ねこれ
And he's gonna go back
キル取れればいい
at
ね
it
みたい
once
な
again, and
なってる
isn't
ねこれ
exactly hitting the mark perfectly though, but he could slowly wear him down. The zone now closing in, and he's got the attention from Vega as well. And this is gonna be a very difficult 1v2.
いやいい目
This is one of those few
でも一番
situations
欲
where
しい
you
とこに
just
ない
have to gamble out. You're gonna book it
目
right
の
on
前
the
にない
open.
ん
There's
だ
not much option here as well. Not a lot of smoke trail set up. Just one, just enough for one member to get through. Someone had to sneak it through, and it's gonna be Aljin Bots with the sword off in hand here. It's gonna be up to him to carry on the torch for the team here as they slowly make their way through more further into the rounds here. Sure, it's just match one. There's still 2 days left for them to farm more points here. But then again, remember we have only 5 matches per day. This is the 3rd match as well. We're practically halfway done for day number 1 in this case here. So let's see whether Aljin Bots naturally not being the aggressor here.
まあでも GSW もちゃんと残ってるな
Same situation with Alter Ego here, which also, by the way, just recently got knocked off and removed from play. Now Zen Esports.
Unlucky.
Now,
もう一枚
now they're trying to slowly make a headway into the circle, try to find some kind of safety, but
も
there's
う
just
一
barely
枚
any cover for them to play with
ヒル
here.
ポイント
With
取り
how
たい
the phase
オプ
in
ション登れ
circle
る
is
か
currently looking here.
少しの間だ
Even
ったら
Team Unlucky, slowly
いや
making their way
いい
out
か
the
きる
compound, but still got decent amount of
伏せれ
cover
ば
along
伏せれば多分大丈夫なはず
GSW.
撃たれた瞬
I
間に
think we might potentially see a final
そう
fight
ね
between
そう
these
そうそう
two
そう
teams alone, as them being not only having great spots, but also probably the most healthiest
うわ
compared to
見
the
え
rest of
て
the
な
team.
い見えてないスモーク
Very
がある
likely so. I mean, they just got the safest territories to hold out up against the rest, right?
いや熱いよ熱いよ
Meanwhile, Zen somehow pushes into the midst of the field, and they're
まあ
still seeking out for that
GSW 見たいかな
final member of TERA. Team Unlucky
GSW みた
having
いちょ
Sunny
っと
side up, marking that location. The moment that
まだ入ってる
that smoke
フェー
dissipates,
ズ9次だよ
I believe
問題
that
は
there's not
まあとりあえ
much
ず
to
テ
do
ラ
for
を
the side of Bombay.
殲
Somehow,
滅させ
being put,
た
hoping
ら
to squeeze in
きついのは
whatever
GSW
position points, but
な
he's
気
running
す
out
る
of fields.
うわそこ
He's
くぼみあん
gonna
の
try to slither his way in the grass. Sunny side up, almost caught him out. Unlucky.
ああ
Now draws a little bit more of that attention towards
落ちたか
his
と思った今の
direction
ね
from GSW at the very same time. So the rest of Unlucky, they gotta be very
アンラッキー
prepared for
は
this
テラ
final
の方行きたいよ
fight.
ねでも
On the other side of the field though, Team Monk left with only one member
うわ
left.
何もないとこ
I'm bought. He's got the sawed up, but he missed the mark because he could not see through it all. Still looking out for a hunt, and somehow.
うわうわナイススタンすぎるなんだ今のスタン
Now we're down to the final 4 here.
来たトップ
To
4
help this team here, they got really great compounds on themselves. Not, but then again, at the same time, we do see Shadow Esports here, right, managed to secure so many kills for themselves here in this round alone. 9 kills has went from winning out all of these
無理やり
fights,
渡っ
able to
てく
secure
るね
just enough utilities to set up the smoke trails as they will push forward here, sieging against Zan Esports here. They are not
アンラッキーこれそうそうそうそう抜きたいねナイスナイスナイスナイスキルポイント
this round. They want to get all these points for themselves. They got the adrenaline running in their veins. They are looking to secure. And Team Unlucky, of course, naturally
なんか味方の
spotting
管
on
理
an
で
seeing an opportunity. They will capitalize and will
ナ
get
イ
that
ス
knockdown.
うわ取られたかこれキルポイントあでも逆に取った
They could not see through that trail of
まあ一個
smoke
一個
though
取られ
that
た
they
か
planted out, but somehow it still worked out
GSW の方も見たい
for the rest
シャドウ e スポーツもいるけど
members of Unlucky as well as GSW. But
グレネードはグレネードの
one
数
member left. How long
ユーティリティどれ
the
くらい残
rest
ってるか
of
どうか
SE hold firm? The best performance so far, 10 kills.
早くないか木炊くのそんなことない
And despite all of that position, GSW has only got 1 point so far. So they're just hoping that they can secure the chicken dinner by taking down Unlucky, but they're not exactly in the clear. They're forming up.
シャドウ e スポーツが向こう側行ってくれるとありがたい
Will dissipate into the open fields. There's just about enough covers for them to work
Kill point
around with, but Sunny Side Up's on the hunt. True to smoke, he finds something in return. Not quite enough damage to actually secure the point. Feven's gonna be loading that grenade.
人数差もできた
That point up against Zeno.
シャドウ e スポーツもうわー F7 落とされたけどいやいいトレードうわキルポイント取られたけどいいでこれで GSW はシャドウ e スポーツの方に行くはず いいね。
unlucky, and now that swing will secure it up
じゃあ起
against
こしてい
Shadow
くか。
Oh, I knew it as well. I knew that last
Okay.
member of Shadow
いや、惜
Esports,
しい。
he would determine he's literally the wild card in this 1v1 between the two squads right now on how much damage or how much destruction he's going to cause to the team here. And it looks like
Nice.
it favors towards Team
いや、
Unlucky as he played a hand in the destruction against GSW.
はい、
Team
綺麗すぎま
Unlucky
す、こ
will
れは。
secure their first chicken dinner and a huge amount of kill points to boot.
ナイ
They
スすぎ
were
る。
already a top 4 contender currently for this day one, and now this just makes them so at least put them in a more better spot.
キルポイントはね、2ポイント取られたかな ?2、3ポイント取られたけど、いや、でもナイス。十分十分。いや、すごいな、安定性というか、3試合やってトップ4だよ。最後、ドンカツだし。まあ、1は、まあ確かに、まあ、寄ったっちゃ寄ったけど、でも、キルポイントを回収できたのが偉すぎる、周り。
That kind of deterred the chances for GSW to trade efficiently up against Team Unlucky. And well, lo and behold, this is going to be the first chicken dinner for the Japanese roster.
ではないな、確かに。
More to come.
キャスターの言う
You
と
know, honestly, this almost would have been Sing's highlight reel. Right? It would have been his montage if we actually got that second knock there. But other than that, this entire round is just a constantly just back and forth, especially for a map like Rondo here as well. Didn't expect to see so much damage done against the rest of the team. And yeah, exactly what I was saying. If Turbulent just really put the pedal to the metal, that the amount of force from that impact just might be enough to knock. But you know, it's like what you said earlier. It's just a lot of what ifs here. But you know, other than that, really great. Now this is also another close situation for True or Zia in this case here. I thought, especially since he's the one that sprung the trap, I thought there was a chance he actually got knocked down instead. But you know, thank God for the recovery. Thank God for the bait.
いや、でもシャドウ e スポーツのシーン、びっくりしたな。
on the other side.
一人で耐える
Yeah, and
シーン。
overall, I think like to sum up the round, it's a lot to do with close quarter combat. Where you look through the entire highlight reels, it's just all these close proximity fights, which was absolutely beautifully executed by so many different names out there. I think like one of the best ones was that Savage Man fight that we've actually seen earlier. And then you got this Hill trade out between Orcless as well as Alter Ego that was absolutely relentless, right? It boiled down to a 1 versus 2 and killed the rest of Orcless just got absolutely overwhelmed.
あれはね、ちょっとね、僕の位置ミスってるよね。窓のとこに1個投げるのめちゃくちゃナイス目だと思ったんだけど、後の目が全部左奥。手前に1個もなくて降りた瞬間撃たれた。いや、いい気持ちだけど。ナイスナイスナイス。いや、ドンカツですよ、皆さん。
Shadow Esports was not able to secure the chicken dinner they were looking for here, but the fact that they were able to secure like 11 kills to boot here for themselves here still actually gives them a really
1位にはな
good
ったね、とりあえ
in the
ず
ranking here.
多
Sure,
分。
it's not going to create like massive waves. We're still day one in week 1 of the tournament for sure, but it will
そう、
definitely
でもキャスターが言う
definitely will
通
be a
り、
factor
まだ
later on as we start
まだ Day 1 だから、
accumulating
なんと
all
も
these points towards the
これか
end
ら
of
こ
the
の
week here. Because do remember,
順位はキープできますっていうのは言いづらい。けどとりあえず乗ってはいる。
the team's able to secure per week here is gonna
乗ってはいるから、とりあえず後の2試合。
after the 4 weeks of the game of our PUBG Master Series tournament here.
2試合だよね。
Very crucial. Really crucial here to
あ
try
と
to
2
be
試合を
consistent as much as
この調子で
possible.
トップ4なり続けて、で、明日、明後日も、明日の初日、明日の最初の試合で、まあ、調子が決まるよね、とりあえず。切り替えないといけないのか、はたまた他のチームが合わせに来るのか。
You will also secure PGC points along with it.
そうですね。57、57か。57だね。
You can go to all these big stages
57試合
PUCs eventually.
Yep.
Of course, many of
や
all
ばい
these
な
international
57試合
majors.
そう考えると
With that round pretty much concluded, we've got
チームが優
19
勝候補
points. One of the largest sum that's been accumulated by
え
Team Unlucky so far, and of course followed
優
by
勝候補
SE
ね
with a sudden surge within the city that he just absolutely blew everybody out of the waters with this performance.
Savage,
And that solo
happy.
mobile mission so far have sent them all the way to the top 2 with 16 points.
いやサベージはそんな
It's a little unfortunate for Orcless as well after such a
でも今見てる
phenomenal
感じアンラッ
performance
キー
in
も
the first two
全然いい
matches,
感じでしょ
right? This is definitely
俺的には
gonna put a little bit of
あ
a
の
dent in their plans
こ
here,
の
so
オ
it's
ーグ
gonna allow
この
some
3
of the
位
teams
の
that
オ
was
ーグ
rivaling them to
アルタエ
really
ゴ
close in the gap here. But speaking of gaps, looks like Team Unlucky really extended quite a bit for themselves
と
here
ハッ
from
ピーな
I
気が
believe
まあ
they
で
were
も
in
ハ
the
ッピーか
fourth
ハッピーな気がするな
skyrocketing all the way to that rank number 1. Sure,
でア
not
ン
too
ラッキー
far
は
apart for
マジで
Orcless
こ
and GSW
の
and Alter Ego to catch up later on, but there's still
最
quite
初
a
はいい
leap and really a great achievement for
最初はいい
Team
けど
Unlucky to secure
途中
themselves
から
here for at least this total leaderboard after these 3 matches here.
途中からですよ
Wow,
やっ
we're
ぱ
now slowly preparing for our match
相
number
手
4.
が
I
合わ
believe
せて
we
く
are
る可能
going
性
to
ある
your
って
favorite
い
map,
う
the
考
Dusty
えのも
Dunes
と
Murama.
動けるかどうか
No one likes that.
慣れるから
I
ね
don't like
敵
that
も
map.
Well, you're only speaking for yourself.
で
I'm
も
pretty
今の
sure
ところは
there's a
全然
lot of
いい内容
I
もいい
believe
guys
there's
out there
people
who love
also
it.
joining my frame here. We should have a poll. We should have a poll.
It's always an argument, right? Okay, which map is like the favorite? I mean, some will argue, hey, Rondo's the best map, and Tego's the best map. Some may even say Vikendi, you know, like there's
Oh,
just
dude, we're bringing back some of the other
ただウ
older
ィ
maps.
ークリ
Alright,
ー
cool.
そう50あ
yeah,
と
I
50
mean,
何試合あるけど
there's
全体
always
で
a favorite
ウ
for
ィークリーでポイントがリセットされるから
individual out there, but Team
とりあえ
Unlucky,
ず
it
3
really
日
shows
ずつ
that, you know, throughout the span of the years that they've been working so hard for, you know,
3
finding
日ごと
perhaps
に
their first
あの
international title.
とりあえずその週の
You know, there's just so many
あの
attempts that they
優勝チームみ
actually
たいな
pulled
感じで
pulled
ある
off,
と思うか
you
ら
know, so close, but yet so far when they face off against, you know, some of the rest of Thailand or
そうですね、集中力
Vietnam,
キープ
for
間違い
example,
ない
like it is rather difficult for them to navigate a very
とりあえず今日1日乗ってるから残りの2試合
and this is like a very good
で
balance
きるだけ
of
ポイントを
strategy as well as
取りたい
gunplay
ね
involved
で明日ちょっと不調になったとしてもまあギリキープできるみたいな位置関係でいってほしいなもしあの調子悪くなったら
Monk, who's a lot more calculated with those big brain plays overall. And now you got Shadow Esports out of nowhere. They were initially placed around 14. And I believe after securing 14 kills last round, this should actually place them pretty high up in the rankings after that Rondo skirmish. So I want to see how well will they fare in Miramar, because this time around, we'll expect maybe a little bit more of a mixed balance of, you know, long range trades into some really 4v4 kind of heavy team fights. So this is definitely a very big change of pace for many of all these teams who's been having way too many fights.
That's definitely true. But at the same time as well, just add on top of your point as well, Shadow
何ポイン
Esports
トだ
being
ろう
that aggression is something that is not too surprising for me. It's that kind of thing where
4
it's
週
something to be
4
expected
週あるっ
since
て考え
their
る
previous
だい
performance
ぶ
in
すごいな
previous Master Series. It's that kind of thing where yeah, I guess you know because it's day
ちょっ
one.
と
So I
ボ
guess
ー
it
ダ
took
ーライ
them
ン
a
の
while
話
to
は
really
もうあばら
get
さん
into the
込
groove,
み
or
で
at
話
least
さないと
just
い
to
けないかも
find
しれ
that
ない
momentum that they really needed to start just scaling that kill score for themselves here, because it didn't just stop at one squad. They just really kept it going. The amount of utility
適当は言えないから
that they actually managed to collect it throughout all those fights was actually pretty significant to set out all that smoke trail to siege against Team Zan Esports here. But you know, but then again, at the same time, we were looking towards that final four. So naturally, GSW and Team Unlucky, who was keeping an eagle eye on the situation, definitely were capitalizing on the fight between those two separate teams. Then again, we're also coming back to Team Monk. Also a very super aggressive team that was something to be expected as well, alongside with SavageMan Esports. But it's something like you mentioned earlier.
やばいな
These are the kind of teams
確か
where
に考えたら
usually on day one they're slow
60
cookers,
試合
but
や
when
る
you
って
get
ことでし
to
ょこの
day
1ヶ月間
these are the kind of things where most of these teams really kick into high gear, right? Because this is where the teams understands, you know what, all right, we shook off the rush, we shook off the rust, we got a somewhat of visual idea of how the team's personality, their play style is going to be like.
確かに
Day two, this is where we start really kick into the high gear. We're just gonna start farming those points.
失礼。
We're gonna get that positioning for themselves. We're gonna start hunting those players for themselves. That's when we start seeing. The thing is, it's not too surprising for us, right? We see ZSHN Esports day one a bit slow, right? But at the end of the day, they're not only the most consistent teams in every Master Series, but they always ensure that they always make it through that qualifiers. But here's the catch right now. This qualifier this time is not looking for that top 6 or top 4 now.
だいぶ回線ギリギリ
That top
だと思う。
the first and second placing now. So naturally, teams will have to step up even more further than usual compared to previous years. But I'm just really excited to see how far the team's willing to go for this with this new format as well.
That's right. That's the golden ticket to the EWC happening pretty soon. As we do have this flight path starting off from Temple Militar to head into Platona. I wonder if TERA is going to be dropping into Platona. Seems like it's not going to be the case as they are parking themselves into the resort. And for most part, it's pretty much expected for majority of these teams to be playing around the center stage of the map. So we are expecting maybe a little bit of an exchange coming in with SE as well as Zenshin. But Zenshin's pretty much scattered across the fields of Cantera as well as over on the south side, closing in towards Los Leones. So this spread might actually allow them to go into the south side. And once again, we're getting zoned into the edge. And 45% of it is covered by water. So this is good news for TERA as well as Zen to have such a solid footing to kick things off with. So without further ado, let's kick off our round here in Miramar. Team Unlucky now are the pole position holders with 42 points. A significant gap like you did say, but take a look at second as well as third. GSW as well as Orclus. They are both tied at 34. So we gotta see who's gonna be able to at least get a firmer hold onto that second position.
ここから
You know, I'll be honest with you. I'm very happy. I'm very satisfied with all the circuits we'll be receiving these past 4 matches right now. At least at phase 1. It's so fun to watch this kind of. We do not want safe circles. We really want challenging circles. Circles that really put players in a really precarious spot to the side where it's going to be the next best team. This is where the players, all these teams will be really put to the test here. All this kind of challenge is really good. These challenges are really good for really shaking off that rust, right? So. But anyway, you know, with that kind of circle, right, we're going to and Los Leones is a very massive city. It's able to accommodate at least 6 to 7 teams. But the only problem about it is that Los Leones in that circle is on that edge of that circle. It's going to be such a gamble for a lot of this team to decide: do we want to play on Los Leones or do we want to try to get out of it? Because the worst case scenario for a lot of these guys, because Miramar is the kind of map, unlike Erangel, is where it's very difficult to play around the edges. Miramar is the kind of map where you really want to get to that spot first, get that high vantage spot, find a ditch for yourself with decent amount of cover, because this is sniper central. This is DMR central for us. Long range sniping, harassing and poking is literally the #1 game where for at least the early phase of the map for Miramar as well here. So getting that good spot, that good position is imperative. Which also favors our teams that prioritize positioning first. Teams like Team Unlucky is currently in that lead. Teams who love to play that aggressiveness might need to fall back towards more aggressive, more
slow and steady pace, right?
I wouldn't say. I mean, yeah, that's one. But the other one would be, I wouldn't say suicide tactic, but just more of a crashing tactic, like compound crashing. Because I think so many times we see at warehouses in Miramar where teams just crash straight in because there's just no other option. It's just
that is provided if there's compounds around that area, right?
Right. Yes.
I mean, you take a look at the zone earlier. Other than resort, maybe you have a few shacks to play with. So those shacks right now is ultra valuable, right? So whatever they could find to actually play true is going to be absolutely valuable. But of course, we rewind it back to the point where the rest of Team Unlucky secured their chicken dinner. So overall, it was the Runak show. He was the one in charge of securing so many of all these pickoffs up against TERA, GSW. I believe he was the only member based on the stats that was provided earlier, to actually get the haul of points for the side of Team Unlucky. So the rest were just basically sitting around eating popcorn. It's like, okay, Renan, I just pop a couple of smokes, you could just run at it. Yeah, that's basically their modus operandi for round 3.
僕もそこしか見てなかったんですよね。なんで今困ってる。何も見れないから。
We do have the sandstorm over on the side of Alter Ego. Not that there's much happening around them, so they're pretty much unfazed for the moment. And going back to the point that you mentioned about, copping a spot over onto some of these areas or running in the turret, I think it's rather risky to, full send it up against someone when you're playing in Miramar, especially when, by the end of phase 2, some of these areas are kind of crowded up, maybe at a certain high ground range teams are holding out from. So it is rather rough, as we do have a beautiful setup coming from Bolang, securing the first blood here in Miramar.
Oh, not exactly what they were hoping to lose here, but hey, it looks like ATO doesn't intend to full send this. They were rather satisfied with the initial pick that they got. They got secured a kill point. They were like, you know what? We did it, guys. Now let's go for positioning. That positioning wasn't really that great for them, but looks like Turtle Key and God XP just also will be able to secure. We'll be able to, I guess you could say in a way, really get that exchange out here against the ATO as well. 1-for-1 here for the team. But Marama obviously, phase 1, you like as we were speaking about full sending in, right? So you don't need to obviously go for broke or send it in, right? I think it's just very much just trying to just scout things out. I think that's pretty much what ATO and NRSG they were doing as well just now earlier as well, while trying to find a good spot. Just scout things out, see what's available, right? Just see where's the pressures going, and just to come from where and what, and what kind of terms of compounds, in terms of positioning that can be spread out, get further information for themselves here.
いや、いいんじゃない?
Getting information, those are unlucky to be finding some information for themselves here against Sly. Sly not willing to hold on the fort. He's just like, nope, that's 2 cars and I'm alone. I'm booking it. I'm all in.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, take a look at how many of all these choke points teams are setting up with. Zanshin's got their own over the south. And you've got the rest of TN, who's all the way up in the hillside. So they are kind of out of harm's way, though. So they kind of want to keep it that way. Just didn't go the favor of Team Newbies. Meanwhile, Armored Esports have heard some of all these noise caused by the side of ATO as they've been able to trail them for a slight bit. PV decides to, trail all the way back. There's no point in actually fully committing into some of all these rotations for the moment. Phase 1 is going to end about 2 minutes, so plenty of time for them to really find somewhere that's absolutely ideal for them to play around. So a lot of all these grand ideations when you're playing around the south side of the map of Miramar is that you kind of want to set up into a spot where you see high traffic areas in order to really fully benefit from those exchanges.
Sorry, no, I was just thinking, right? Like, totally agree with what you mentioned, but I was just thinking, right, with the current state of things. Because this is the kind of positioning, especially towards that south side, or at least that western south side of Los Leones, right? You got Puerto Paraiso, that's like on the other edge of, it's another city that's playing on the other edge of the circle, but that's towards the northeastern side. Because taking into account the flight path we have, right? So the teams that drop later will have the benefits of getting that nice good spot much earlier than a lot of these teams here. But teams traversing down south, now that's the problem, right? Because we're talking about a lot of teams going straight down towards Los Leones. Sure, you probably could take a long rotation towards that northwestern side and enter towards Los Leones from there. But other than that, I feel like it's going to be a very slow game here. I think the only few unique scenario was probably just like ATO and NRG earlier, who dropped towards the center part of that flight path. So that was the only time we ever see conflict. Other than that, everyone's just doing long rotation. I'm just trying to recall which was the other team, because I remember while you were mentioning just now during that one of the players' POV, I saw one team went towards that western side. I just can't remember which team was that.
It's okay. We'll get some replays through by the end of the round just to go back down memory lane.
Yeah.
But it's okay if it passed our mind. Doesn't matter all too much because we've only had that one pickoff early on, and of course it is expected for the zone to close into resort, which, like you said, all these teams have already moved into that trajectory already. So some of the warehouses are going to be pretty much crucial for them to hold out for at least 2 phases, so to speak. And the rest of Vega Esports have yet to actually get themselves into the zone and are about to do so. Now, wonder if that farmhouse right across the edges are going to be unoccupied. If it's going to be available, they might be planning themselves here for at least a couple of minutes, so to speak. But here we go, Vega Esports so far. Teddy has got some stuff to show back in game 1. Round 2, he got taken out early, and then I could say pretty much the same in Rondo as well. So a little bit of a quick dip of performance coming from the rest of Vega Esports, which I kind of least expect because they start off so strong. They're still in the top 5, don't get me wrong, but I believe there's so much more potential. Meanwhile, okay, that's one way to sort it out.
Oh, 戦ったサンドストーム中にか
Speaking of which, it looks like not just one of the players. That was just the beginning of the additional loss that's going to be happening as we see across the feed. Happy Squad crashing into the compound as Team Newbie is currently trenching themselves in, and then instantly 2 members knocked down for the count. And RK trying to find that angle, but just gotta find
このファイト介入してもいいんじゃないかここ割と寄りやすいイメージあるけどサベージも来てる西サベージ東アンラッキーねポイント取れるかポイント取れたら美味しいなこれでも奥側ルルいるから前行きすぎると抜かれるしな。うわ、きついね、これ。覗ききれない。
And Lulun, based on the minimap, he's already going deep for the flank. Algin bots as well as the rest of the Happy Spots got to settle it real quick, and there we go. Finding that nade, connecting it true. He's gonna buy a little bit more time, but can he actually go for that reset? The one jump shot, the Algin bot. Oh my goodness, that looks illegal. 6 HP and a dream. Can he save Monty in time though?
You know, if it wasn't for that headshot, I didn't know how that fight would actually have gone down here as well. That was a much needed headshot that would have determined. Actually, you know, a lot of this 1v1 fights against Rival, right? It really comes to that headshot that really determine such huge amount of damage that can determine how the outcome of the fight comes out. But Arjun bots, you get that nice timing of a nade, follow up with a close range sort of win here on top of that as well, and a revive here. That's absolutely insane. But then again, that also gives an opportunity for Team Newbies, a little bit of a breathing room for the reset, because you know revive's the priority. Right? You want to try to get as many members up for the count as well as possible. Molly comes in, connects, get the finishing, secure that kill, and now we're back to that equalizer to the 2v2. But then again, Contra, look on the minimap as well. All this commotion, all this blood that's being spilled in this water is drawing in the shocks and drawing in the
どこでもいいこれうおど真ん中引いたこれ北確定ですこの後ど真ん中引いたけど別に絶対いいわけではないことだけ一言言っときます勝負仕掛けた見えた
will unleash everything he's got to finally take out Happy Swap. Meanwhile, Sly Fox right onto his target, but not quite finding it though. A full send coming from that member out of Zanshin. And you could definitely see a little bit of scrambling coming from a couple of squads just to try to seek any form of point that they could just hold on firm in their position.
いや真ん中だけどどういう形一瞬すぎてそう逆に忙しい気はするけどでも忙しいけど割とマネージしやすい位置関係だと思うでも片方が突貫されたら両方とも突貫される可能性あるからこれ一瞬でそこだけ注意したいところ対応できるような形を作るか
No, it's just Team Purple versus Team Purple as well. It's VG versus Savage. Man, up Chen, of course, being green and kind, removed from the playing field. Your Savior resetting, timing that nade, and hopefully to try to find a little bit more coincidence.
うわー、もうちょっと後だったら。
Now, none goes true. Molly to follow up with it, and Savior just taking this one step at a time. I love his teammates also ensuring to cover his tracks as he resets his positioning back into the rest of the team. Blue zone grenade comes to trying to flush them out earlier, but the rest of the team is currently out on the fields here, playing at the outskirts of the compounds here.
アンラッキーの東側見せてほしい。
Thankfully for this situation, right, unlike Erangel, don't think there's any team that has sniping position on top of these two teams currently anymore, because I believe at least this section of the area, there's barely any high grounds here. Probably there's a couple of vantage points, but there's no team that's currently playing on that hill.
True enough. Plenty of slopes to begin with, so they're just going to be looking around for now. And I kind of like the fact that the Savior, he bought just about enough time with every single troll ball just to try to hold back for him to regroup with the rest of Xmen despite losing one initially. This is the best case scenario for them to hold out potentially.
TPP と HPP で手持ちにしておきたい物資数って変わりますが、むずい。それはむずい。TPP と FPP だと、まあ、気持ちスモーク多めかも、イメージ、TPP は。でも、実際は、あれだね、そのアンチによる。だから今後、このアンチ見て、どんな戦い方するんだろうみたいな。近接戦が多いんだったらグレー多く持ったりとか、耐える場面が多いんだったらスモーク多めとか。
The problem about it is that there's too many slopes and hills to provide the necessary amount of cover. Cans just can't find the angle of the player to really try to capitalize on this high ground that he has. リゾートから出にくいよだいぶこの状況。Another suspecting team, and I believe that's courtesy of Orgles, who currently has a high ground as an esports. Is also keeping them pinned down. Alter Ego probably also will be sharing the same fate here. But now it's just a matter of which of the two teams going to be able to clear each other out here. Should they tank up the zone? It's a phase 4. It does hurt quite a bit, but if they want to make a play, they can possibly can. But I think that's pretty much why we see Ken's positioning his, or at least making sure his cross has angled towards that position, just to make sure no one is attempting to flank through the blue zone itself here. But with the blue zone currently progressing, now both teams plays it safe and just prioritize and just get into the safety of the circles. No vehicles, I believe, is currently on foot. Alter Ego should have a vehicle at the bottom of the slope here. But what about Zen Esports here?
They can traverse pretty safely because they have already planted Oraculous over onto the edge of that zone. But it's tries to deal with the situation as Alter Ego tries to send it with the vehicle, but they got caught up in between. And he's still on the wheels. Is he gonna get out though? Seymour, he's got to do something about this situation. Brought down to 50% armor. Finds the rest of Shadow Esports. Will be able to at least take one off of that list as well. Now only down to one member left for the side of Shadow, while Zen Esports is happily picking off members of the side of Alter Ego. Oraculous doing so much work for the time being.
This is a problem for Alter Ego right now. It's not a position they can hold for. To make things worse, it's such a steep hill. A vehicle like they had just doesn't have enough torque to really pull them all the way through. But then again, Matt, no, it's going to be the one to put the final nail on the
SR じゃなくても抜かれてたかも。
But then again, Oraculous, kudos to you. You did so much damage.
Wow, nice grenade.
Well, yeah. But what a nade coming in from Fate, having absolute fate of that trigonometry. Will nail Bolong down to the ground here. But can he try to secure? Crazy Dog, unfortunately, not able to secure the south wing here. God trying to go for the pickup, to go for the revive here. They can't afford to lose any more members here. 2 matches, or at least 3 matches right now, hasn't been favorable for them. They need as many options or as many members as possible to try to increase their odds for victory here.
So far, this has been the best round for the side of NRG. All 4 points are acquired
スプリ
in this match of
ット
Miramar
解除
itself.
したいところだけど、この状況だったらキープでもいい。
They've only got a few members left for them to
突
work with.
貫できるチームがね、
Bird's eye view
あんまいない。
up against those members of TERA, and they're just absolute sitting ducks in this desert dune.
うわ、取れなかったね
Now。
キル
gets to confirm
これ
it.
が
Still members of Orkless.
さあ、もう西側の状況は把握してたような気がするから、もうファイトだよね。貼り付けた。
40 HP left for the side of Teddy. He's got that FAMAS ready to be unleashed though. First and foremost, gotta heal up. Mad Dog so far so sharp on his R98K. And Xmen, they're slowly running out of space. And somehow still turns it around. Savior, first one to
これはコミュニケーションミスか？うわー、抜かれちゃったな。違うわ、これ。内側から抜かれたんだ。ダメージは主にベガだったけど。これきついど。
Trying to play with that corner, trying to get this nice liner for them to try to get a couple of doubles of multi-kills here. He gets the one, but sadly, coming for the side here for Vega, they don't intend to bring it out to draw now in a 1v1. No, they are going to push it together. They breach together. They go together. They ride together. They will secure that site for the team here. A very well-earned fight here. 3 points on their belt here. Not enough to go for the knock, unfortunately. But then again, Cherry coming in to put the cherry on top here to secure not just 1 but 2 kills for the team here. That's 2 more points.
うわ、綺麗に
Once again, will be one of
対
the
処
few
し
teams to
た
be
ね。
bailing out early. And now we're down to
まあ
our
東
final
側
of
全
this, our
部
top
上げちゃっ
10 teams
た
here.
ね。
Armor was
まあう
such
ま
a
く
great hold. That was massive
うまく
coming in
守っ
from
たって
Cherry
い
to
う
be
とこ
able
だけど。
to spot them moving towards their direction. And just like that, Armor, they secured themselves 5 points already to their name. And this slow and steady pacing of Armor
まだ
is
内側は
absolutely
取れて
worth
る
it.
一応。
Then, so much
東側に
control
なる可能
coming
性
in
は
from
全
the
然あるけど。
southeastern corner of the map. Meanwhile, Orkless, Mad Dog, he's been sniping players left, right, and center with the Kar98K, and he's accomplished like 4 kills just with the snipers alone. That's absolutely insane. Might see even more, but
2枚取った。
crazy with the 1v2.
マジ
And he will just send the monks back.
This is really great from himself. Just playing around with the cover to try to isolate those fights. Very great secure, much needed one as well. As the two, once again, we're
ギリ入
seeing
って
close
る。でも東側外れたのでかいんじゃない？
currently trying to get
で
an
もその
edge
道路沿
across the other
い
here.
がね、ちょっ
With
と
Alter
ね、
Ego out the picture here.
坂下にな
And
ってるか
even
ら、
marked as well.
覗きに行くと北側から抜かれるし、東側からもそのカバーから抜かれるから、まあ、張り付かせることしかできないんだよな、全員。張り付いたの確認してから。それから最後の一人を抜くか。でも配置的に2枚しか東側見てない。2-2で分かれてね、バディシステムで。東と西で。北側はそうね、関与しにくいね。
The team has only scored 3 points, and all 3 of those points were secured by Show alone.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, is that not a show-stopping performance or what? Well,
それ Esports。あ、北側抜いてるわ。これ確か。
A 9th place finish, not enough to back themselves those placements.
さあ、G サブルが落ちたことで、話す可能性が出てきたサイン。ORG がまだいるから。まあまあ他のチームのことはもう後でいいか、考えるのは。とりあえず自分たちのポイントどれだけポイント取れるか。
Another insane performance coming from Vega, securing themselves 5.
あ、アーマーが通った。うわ、これ抜きたかった。もう一人いればね。全然いい。ただこれアーマーあまりにもその北側でポイント取りたいからって顔出してると、アンラッキーから抜かれた瞬間にこれなだれ込む可能性あるからね。
might just have their luck run out here, just depending on how the circle shift here. Because right now, I mean, not just Team Unlucky, right? A lot of the teams right now is currently just banking on that circle to be in their favor, right? If it shifts towards the north side, Unlucky is going to be dealing with a lot of teams. ARMR, by the way, ARMR Esports, who has been not only just adamant but relentless with their defense of their positioning so far. That's what we've seen as they literally tore NRG just now. Literally sold them a new T-shirt here. Team Zenchen, on the other hand, playing a little bit more quieter compared to ARMR Esports here, but there's still a couple of ditches and corners that Team Unlucky has to cover and go through. Yeah, yeah.
They've only got 2 members for the moment, so Zen Esports, well, actually 3.
Sorry, it's actually, yeah, 3 Esports, yeah.
But you could take a look at this. Like, Unlucky is over on the south side. It's a full squad there that they will have to go up against later on. So they just gotta prioritize on their position. And Saints at least found a little bit of time for them to eventually slither their way through. 6 teams remaining for the moment.
1個前にしたかったけどね。
I like the way you put it, how ARMR has been able to really get a firm hold from the edges and have been able to find this kind of formation to control that eastern corner of the map. But now they're being spotted by Goni. Oh, a couple of nice taps coming from the Mark 12, but not quite enough to secure any of the members. Unlucky needs a little bit more of a helping hand in order to try to take them down.
でも前向かってるな。プッシュしたの見えた今。わ、2枚になったね、こっちみんな。まだ今のプッシュで、そこにいる、そこに敵いるっていうのはもう警戒できた。今ので。行ってなかったらワンチャンバレてなかったんじゃないかな。アーマーゲーミングの一人。打ち合ってなかったからね。
And there's just barely enough space, barely any troubles other than those tree smokes that he's holding on.
いやー、どっちだ？斬新の方行くか？でも把握できてるかどうかもわかんないんだよ、斬新が抜かれたの。南側。お？ジスタボグいた。これはチャンスじゃない？
Because we didn't really get to see that POA, so the assumption would be Vega just really crash onto the site because I remember their last position was towards the north. But then again, now we see Orgless.
うわ、かっきる先に入れた。でもそれ。
A little bit of a saving grace as we did see also ARMR Esports.
でもダメージ入れたよ。
But actually spotting CJ first, so we'll force him back into the covers here, denying him the additional kill that he so sought to achieve for himself here.
Oh, CJ has got them where they need to be, but he does
微
not
妙
have
だぞ
any
このファイト
control left,
む
so
ず
he
い。
just got to go in for those raw aim.
もう
But
ファイト勝ち切るしかないこれ。 頑張れ。うわー、もうに押しちゃった。横取られた。うわ、いい決め打ち。うわー、刺されたね。いや、決めるのは良かったけど。そうだね、タイミングちょっと。まあ、オーグレスが来たことをきっかけに来たのかどうかわかんないけど。シンプルに強かったね。いや、多分ちょうど5人がグレネードで落とされた時にそっち見ちゃった感あったから。それもノイズになっちゃったかもしれないね。まあ仕方ない。ナイストライかな。1個前のフェーズでなんか準備したかった気はするな。2ポイントと4位終わりいや、5位か。5位か6位終わり。 まあまあ数ポイント
descending
全
that
然
hill, not scaling
5
here.
ポイント
So
ぐらい
there's
もらえた
no cover for them to play with
4
here.
ポイントか5ポイント
Yeah, which is why this fight is really between Orcless as well as
いいよいい
ARMR.
よ0ポイントじゃなければいいから
The
ね
moment that
今のとこ
they settle the scores, that's where Vega does get
差がなさすぎる
opportunities to
トップ層
expand their wings. Well, I can't say expand wings because currently they're just twirling inside of the only available compound right into the center. Oh, PV with the AWM shot. He's looking for his second one, and that was just so nasty. Oh,
やっぱり寄りやすいよねこ
nobody
こ
was gonna be wanting to be in within his
もう印象
crosshairs
でしか
right
ないん
now.
だけど
Orcless now, we're down to
ベ
only
ガのと
two.
こ
And Armor, they're
何回か見たもん
going
こ
ring
この
around
アンチのファイト
circle just to hunt out what the remainder of Orcless is going to be trying to fend off against. So Armor Esports so far, the cleanest round that they've played out, 8 points, tying it up with Vega at the moment.
アーマーとしてはドンカツしたいよねポイント的にも
an arm's length away from ARMR
でかいラウンドにしたい
They're not too comfortable with the disadvantage of on the number of manpower that they have on their hands here. So really keeping an arm's length. They're also hoping for Vega Esports to confront against ARMR Esports. Well, Vega, they don't intend to leave their compound. Sure, they have that one member playing the outskirts of the compound, but he's just the anchor. He's just the scouter here. He's not meant to engage in the fights. He's just there.
ヤーマーが取ってくれるんだったらトップは動かないからね
CJ
1位と2位の差があんまりできない頑張れ
So let's see how much
でもそのシールドめっちゃ偉い
one of the members here of VG. He was able to fall back, able to find suspect, knocked in front of the count. 3v3 suddenly comes out to 2v3 for their hands here. But Orcless still, the last member, still being the wild card here, depending how much damage he can do in this situation.
ナイス
Never
Oh,
mind.
there we have
まあ
it.
これで
Only
あ
one
あで
member
もベ
left,
ガ
and
か
Vega Esports have finally secured their chicken dinner.
まあまあアーマーとしてはまあ
And that
今惜しいね
was
維持が
phenomenal
きつかった
stuff coming in
実際
from the juggernaut of Malaysia and Indonesia. Wow. This was a crazy round because for a moment I thought ARMR Esports had it in the back until they kind of overexhausted
これ
themselves
窓
hunting
の
out those
外
members of Orcless, and that
見せる
leaves
の
their
危なくないか
position into a little bit more
住所
of an
ワンチャン
open
バレ
space
るんじゃ
for
な
the
い
rest of Vega to capitalize, and that was
気をつけてや
literally what they did to wrap up the round.
Yeah, I mean, I was really concerned when we really had the POV initially, right? There was just barely any smoke utilities left. There was like 2 or 3.
ね風強そうって言っても多分ね逆側から扇風機だし風出てる方向違うの
for
Well,
that,
I got it.
or create a foothold for themselves. It's so hard to siege when you just don't have enough utility to just cover or at least create options, right? So Orcless was literally the only
ね
best thing they can
危ないよ本当に
Once they go for
日本
that,
だったら
then
す
it
ぐ
just
バレる
literally
んだか
comes
ら
down who's spotting
部屋
who
の
first. But
形と
naturally,
外
it
の風
really
景
kudos
で
to Vega, especially that one lone player who
あ
was
あ
able
こ
to
の
really
こ
hold
の
down
木
this
は
one.
ここでし
Didn't
か
damage,
ハイ
he
ド
didn't
ラ
get
ン
any
ナー
knocks though, but just did enough
カチカチ
damage or give enough intel for the rest of the team to decide
この葉
how
っ
they
ぱ
really
の
want to
形はここしかないな
this equation for themselves here. So
でも
really well
本当
done
そういう風
coming
に
from
見つけ
Vega
るらしいか
Esports,
ら
but also at the same time to ARMR, who was able to make their
知識
way
ないと
through
でき
here.
な
I
いそん
believe
な
at the end they got like 8 to 9 kills in total for the rest of the team
ま
before
あ
they
まあ
got
まあ
that second placing. So they
こう
get-
いう
they
ラ
have
ウン
these
ド
amount
あ
of
ったっ
kills,
ていい
got great place point for
でも
themselves.
ポイントを取れ
This
て
is
る
gonna
か
be
ら
definitely very helpful for them in the
全然いい
ranking. But of course, Vega Esports,
ゼロだったらちょっと焦
I
って
stand
も
by
いい
my
ぐらい
statement when I said this was by far the best performance we've been seeing, at least in these past 4 matches, at least.
I absolutely do agree with you. Same could be said about
the
ARMR because that
headshots.
could have also been a chicken dinner for them. I felt like there's definitely a lot of couple of stuff that they could actually fix in these upcoming rounds. But those battles that happen around that chicken dinner area, well, it was just plenty of all these close card combat despite us, you know, thinking, oh, Miramar is all about the long range shots. Yeah, Mad Dog was doing that, but everybody else, they love to party, and there was just plenty of it happening around that resort where Zen Esports just held the line up against Alter Ego, and then you just saw Zenshin also being caught in the mix. Nirvana Rebirth Soldier Gaming, they found about 4 points to book out this match, despite, you know, them not really achieving that late run as much as they do hope for. But overall, it's massive improvements coming from all these teams that we mentioned earlier that had a slow day out, ARMR with a top 2 finish, and Savage Men, they did what they could. But Vega, the moment that they finished off that fight, it really felt like they gain a newfound confidence to really take on much more.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. It's just, especially it's been a very quiet map, right? It's like, especially for this, because it's Miramar, right? It's the kind of map where you really want to try to get good positioning. You get that initial circle as well, where a lot of teams actually drop relatively early. You get this circle that's just so far down south of Los Leones, right? So it was a very quiet and long drawn-out map, which tends to get on top of the nerves of a lot of these players, right? Because this is the first Miramar map we get in the match, and the first and only Miramar map that we got for day number 1 here at least here. So it's that kind of thing where you're just not used to certain things just yet here, and now you're put in a position where, all right, we have to try to get for positioning, and then at the same time, if you're a team that dropped much earlier and on that flight path, now you're dealing with a lot of uncertainties where there's still a lot of teams still in play in the lobby. There's still a lot of players as well. You don't know what's the positioning like. You don't know where's the safest part to go. We saw some team crash into a certain compound, finding great success, while some wasn't able to find that same success or replicate the same success as other teams here. But other than that, it really just came down to just really great call, really great shout-outs from the IGLs, and just really great spray controls, like especially coming from Aldrin Bots, man. That nade follow-up with that headshot spray, a much needed one against a solo, I think that was insane to me.
It really was, and overall we see a tie in a total of kills, but in the damage department it was where Vega shines most, alongside with ARMR Esports, where ARMR was pretty close in their attempt. I felt like maybe if they did not tunnel vision too much up against Orcless, they might actually fancy a chance to maybe apply a little bit more pressure to Vega, because what Vega did right was not just sit still inside those compounds. They have every right to do so, by the way, but they expanded out of that territory, and that's kind of how they slowly get to overwhelm them, because they start to notice these two teams are taking a fight. We should be involved, and they absolutely took every single opportunity given, and hence why they walk out with 22 points, and now they're back in the game.
Yeah, I think this also comes to the fact that their anchor player, right? I think he played a very crucial role in that last fight, that last top 3 fight in that last final circle here as well, because that intel really just gave the team a very clear picture on how they really want to tackle the fight. And the best about it, he didn't get knocked down. He traded back, got a really decent exchange. Sure, he didn't get any knocks, but just enough for the team to really try to reinforce and recalibrate how they want to tackle this. But other than that, this is the total leaderboard after the first 4 matches here, and Orcless still taking that top spot. Kudos to that last remaining member of Orcless getting that second placement here. That really gave enough points, 5 additional points to just give Orcless to that slight lead here. Now they're taking back that rank 1 for themselves here. But VG really scaling up to that top 3, really great, knocking down GSW here. But of course, the score it's not too much of a significant gap here, but still can be achievable depending on how the performance here, especially as we head towards our last map of the night.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that in the middle of the leaderboard, we have 4 teams sitting at 20 points as well. So we definitely expect a lot of shift into our final round of the night. So a lot can happen within the span of the matchup, which we saw, that crazy surge coming in from ARMR Esports and so much more. So with that being said, I guess we take about 5 minutes off because I want to get myself some water, and you guys can get yourself some snacks, and we'll be right back for something that you don't want to miss, the wrap up to day 1 here in the PUBG Master Series Phase 1 2026.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
A new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erangel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4 and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well, and during custom match esports mode on Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here, so get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erangel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Thank you so much for joining us here in the PUBG Master Series Phase 1 of 2026. Once again, it's your boys here, Contra as well as Yoli, bringing you to the final match of the night. We still have plenty more to offer, and right after this entirety of PMS is done
さ
for
あさ
tonight.
あさ
We
あ
still
さあ
got
次
more
は最
PUBG
終
Esports
試合
action
でご
because
ざい
up next
ま
is going to be
す
the PUBG
最
EMEA
後選んでると
Championship Spring, which will happen just after when we're done. So, of course, with that being said, we of course want to wrap up the night with high octane action.
そう
So,
ちょっとね
here
アン
we
チ
go.
が
We
ひど
already
いよ
got the
本当
countdown
に
right
今ん
now
とこ
as we head right back into the classic Erangel once again, and it's been quite a
普通のアン
start
チが
to
欲しい
the
普通のアン
tournament
チ
so
が
far. Yoli, where we've seen plenty of all these insane performance coming in from Orclas and so many more.
Definitely for sure. I've been
次はミリベアンチです
you know, I'm pretty
いや
satisfied
まあ
for
そ
some
の
of the
ミ
teams
リ
because you
ベ
know
は
some of the
も
teams,
う
especially some of the returning teams,
普通になりつつあ
there is
なる
some
かも
expectation,
俺の中
right?
で
Because it's that kind of thing where you know,
やっ
right?
ぱ
They've been here for
もう
most
込
of
み
the
だな
Master Series, most of the PUBG APAC qualifiers for this
配
past
信
few
は
years now.
治
So naturally,
ったっぽい
some expectation has been somewhat
治った
set
っぽい
in stone. But then at the same time, we've been seeing a lot of these new teams coming in, bringing new additions to the table. So even teams like take Unlucky, for example, from their past track record, right, hasn't been somewhat favorable, but this time here in day number one, really stepping up here. Sure, may not be as super aggressive compared to some of the other teams that we have here in the tournament here, but still, hey, it's baby steps, right? You take one step at a time, you get a lot better, you get a lot stronger. That's exactly what I love to see every year. We even see team rosters. Yes, it's unfortunate you do have a set of rosters that you have in mind, especially for the fans here, but hey, sometimes something needs to change for the better for the future, for everyone's future endeavors, right here. So some of the new rosters that we've been seeing here has been benefiting for some of the teams, but then again, this is just day one. It's very hard to say down the long road for now, Contra. But then again, sorry.
Yeah, I just gotta say that we just let these guys cook, right? Because like I said,
just let them cook, right?
it's day one, you know, like a lot of them are just figuring things out, and you know, usually you see high flyers like Savage Men. You're also having a little bit of a sluggish day out. 7 points only for the entire course of day one is something that we least expect coming from them as well as NRG, which have been household names of the PMS
ミリベじゃなくてもえぐいけどねこのアンチ
so many years. And then last round, you start to see, you know, even the Malaysian side of Vega step up to claim the chicken dinner, and a lot of that has to do with Eddie's initiation of how he really opens up the fight.
他にもっとあったんじゃないかっていうアンチだ
Take
け
a
ど
look at that. Almost identical damage numbers coming from both Teddy as well as I'm 1M bot in general. And of course, I wouldn't say that Empty as well as AJ was just sitting back all game. They've always been providing just about the perfect cover that was required for them to now move into the top 3. So we go back for a little bit of a recap of what went on, because they've got plenty of all these close quarter action into what seemed to be a straight out stomp out in the open fields where Teddy absolutely shines the brightest.
Yeah, but then again, at the same time, just from the stats alone, right? Like, let's not say about like AJ, whoever is like sitting on the fight. I don't think that's the case. It actually somewhat dictates like what's the formation like coming in from Vega, right? Like who's going to be the one that's going to be on the overseer, who's going to be playing support, who's the one that's going to be entry frag, who's going to be charging into the mix. It seems like Teddy here has taken up that role for breaching into most of these fights here. And let's be honest, he has the firepower to really back it up. And if it's not just him, Iron Boss is also there to play hand in hand for the buddy system. And M's also trying to join in the fray. You know, honestly, when I saw this roster, not too sure about AJ and Iron Boss. I'm really excited to see how they're playing, especially for this next upcoming few weeks, right? But seeing both M and Teddy in the same roster was actually an unlikely duo here coming to my light here. So I was very happy to see how it's been turning out for these past 4 matches. I think match number 4, because you know day one, everyone is just trying to get into the groove here, right? So match 4, I felt that was like Vega at its like where they're supposed to be, right? The vision that they have for themselves with this roster here. So really cool. Let's see how well they continue forward for this last match. I'm excited to see a lot of this team to also really step it up, because you know it's the last match. You really want to try to at least set up as best of a foundation for yourself before you move into day number 2 or day number 3. Because once we get to day number 2, it gets pretty crazy. Day number 3, that's when you see teams having to themselves. Yup. I'm not surprised. Alex taking top spot. I am not surprised at all here.
He just did more than 1K more than empty. You know, like as much as we said, like, oh, empty is kind of playing a little bit more supportish in the form of numbers. Apparently not the case because he's the one chunking them down so that Teddy can actually finish the job. Yeah. So I would say that a lot of the Vega playstyle is really enabling each other into securing, you know, a lot of all these frags. Maybe a couple of first couple of rounds they were struggling to find position, so to speak, but in many of all these occasions when they actually go 4 versus 4, a lot of the times they actually walk out taking the victory.
Majority of the time, yes, definitely for sure. You know, not necessarily full sending it as well, right? I mean, we're not just talking about Vega, we're also talking about the rest of the team that we've been seeing these past 4 matches. Not necessarily just full sending it, but the goal will be just to do just harassing, right? Just try to whittle down utilities across all this team,
だいぶ時間かかるな、これファイト金の。
starting off for all these guys, especially this final circle. It's still within the water area, but there's still more land than water. But that's what I'm trying to say here. That proves my point where a lot of these circles forces a lot of these teams to make like really either aggressive choices or just really straightforward choices where, you know, I'm just gonna take a emergency drop or emergency pickup and just drop dead center on top of the map. The flight path dictates there's no one really there. Even if somebody did a long dive, they won't be exactly at the center of the circle. So you see a lot of these teams just heading there first. But most of the teams that usually head there first or literally battle their way there first usually will come out short in terms of resources here. So that's also another problem for a lot of this team. As we did see towards the final circle, especially on map of Tego and Rondo, a lot of this team was stuck with no smokes to cover for themselves here.
Yeah, I want to draw it back to what happened last round, and it really does seem like ARMR as well as Vega, they dropped really close to one another. So apparently they're hoping to resolve what went by the past round, but it's gonna be Monk that does find ZSHN members. Monk can only do so much, but it's gonna be traded 1-0 with no backup whatsoever from the rest of the Monk members. Cherry, so far actively seeking out up against those rest of the members of Vega. Breaking through those doors, hoping to see any line of view. Oh, guys. Pick this one up real quick.
That's the one. That's the G-Con code, guys. That's what we've all been waiting for. Screenshot it, write it down.
Where's my phone? I want some of these as well, but I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll leave it up to you guys. Anyways, very quick E pickup coming in from the side of ZSHN as they got marked by that ape. Oh, that's some significant damage right there. The factory plans of the southeastern corner of the map. But the coast is clear. Monk will still be holding on firm to this factory area at the very least. Are there more E pickups coming on the way? I'm not quite sure, but probably later on.
I think there's still one more on the way here, but
oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's the one. That's gonna be Orgless here. So far, we haven't seen anyone with the glider so far. I mean, it has always been a very common tactic, right? With both the E pickup and the glider, right? It works hand in hand where you could scout things out early. You're able to tell your team like, hey, you know, which is relatively a safe spot here. But you know, maybe we might see gliders more towards maybe later into the round or probably tomorrow or the final day. But other than that, it looks like Monk to be able to get a lot of information. One team on the east, another team on the west here. We've got Milton Power here, an area that has not been contested by any team so far here. So decent amount of loot for Orgless to really set themselves up here, because the more, of course, naturally, the more resources, you don't really have to worry about it later on here. GSW on the other hand, playing around the beach area. That's a interesting place to be in.
Yeah, I really do think that this is a very good stronghold because plenty of teams will look to bypass Milton to cut into Milton Power, and this is where you can just look for some of all these opportunities of picking players off. GSW so far have been absolutely impressive, and these are prodigies. This is the very first time that we actually see them join the PMS circuit, and they are showing up huge, being the champions of Cup 3, and so far a top 4 performance in day 1, and they could still look to eye for the top 3 spots as well. All they really gotta do is take out the
フェーズ2が大事なのは、もし、マジで運悪くて、まだ海半分寄ったら。かな。それだったら関係あるけど。もし普通だったら、あんま関係なさそう。フェーズ3だね。
I want all 4 of these names from this team. That's all I ask for. It does not work that way. And after 4 rounds of play, I'm just trying to identify all these new names that are really keeping things super exciting. And both Zen as well as Zenshin, they have very unique playstyles. That's the thing I really do like about teams hailing from the Philippines. They are very explosive. Sometimes, like, you think that they're quiet for 1 second, the next thing you know, they just rock up against someone. They don't care about, positioning. They just take fights, and they, of course, look to be super optimistic on winning the trades.
あんま変わんないね。
Which is why I'm very
だからこの移動が
within like all of the PUBG esports scene,
この移動がどうなるかだよね、割と。
Because day 2 is where you start seeing team really just going full gear about it. Day 3 is just usually
ポジションがあんまり変わってないから。だ
teams picking up breadcrumbs or just really solidifying themselves depending on
から移動中のチームが少ないイコール打ってるチームが多い。落とされる可能性があるんだけど、でもいいとこ入りきってるね。六角ではない、六角スタートじゃない。
There are just some things that just can't be unacceptable anymore here. Everyone just really needs to just
スタートはいやらしい。
that point for sure. At least ensure yourself where if you have
伐採
one
の
bad
東
week
側
or 3 good
でも
weeks.
伐採東側いるんじゃないの？
True enough. I mean,
いや、伐採の北の六角か止まったの。こ
seemingly
れ。
there's just
With
a
this
couple
new
of
format,
pickoffs.
あ、ぽいな。
We got Orcless versus GSW. Oh, this is a fight I want to watch. Top 1 versus top 4, and GSW loses a member already in a pickoff through the drive-bys. Team Newbies, though, hoping to also enter throughout the edges of farm in hopes that they could scale through the hills to get to the lumber mill and eventually make the safe entry into the Milta sectors. But look at all these scenarios, right? There's just so much to, of course, sift through into the form of data. But this is interesting. Back in a couple of seasons ago, usually you see repeated chicken dinner winners, but so far it's been different winners every round.
Definitely for sure. But ooh, what a drive-by. CJ trying to see he can get a little bit lucky here, trying to make the pay a toll.
オーグレスにしてはちょっと珍しいみたいな。
drive-by here, but that's not going to be the case here. Alex trying to join in the fray. Naturally, he's going to find
いや、
a
あれ
little bit more
抜けるの
success
す
here on
ごい
Jing.
よ。
A headshot to get the knock here. Reposition himself towards cover here. Trying to get a second one. Will secure the second knock here.
カバーできる。でも2枚落ちてるからね。
Where's the
これチャンスあるよ。これ
Can the rest of Orcless get into position in time to go for the save?
これやりきれれば起こせるからね。
From this here. ER is currently on foot, no vehicle in hand. Same goes for Mad Dog, but he's in close proximity here. Got a name, he got a name chime, he got the visual. Does he have the trigonometry?
Oh shit!
It looks good, a bit too far. As the team was able to react in time to move away from the position. A second nade comes in, not close enough. And now it comes down as currently GSW have their back against the river and the rocks here. Nowhere else to go here. They have to take this fight head on.
They got to bring Alec back on his feet. So far, he's been absolutely clean by securing those double takedowns. Of course, it was a lost cause for the side of CJ. They were all dispersed into different locations initially, and now looking to close up shop up against the two members, and the drive-by! Jing! Absolute Matlat. He takes out Mad Doc, and now it is all down to Ia. Ia looking to at least get a 2v2 down the stretch.
うわ、よく抜いたな。マジか、ここでオーグレス落ちた。でもまあ、今日のポイントとしては十分。
IGL for JSW really being calm and collected about this, not phased from the situation or the disparity of the situation that they have. But then again, also you gotta give it a Jing as well. Getting that knock from that drive-by was so crucial on putting Orgless, having Orgless to be on the short end of the stick here, because that just gave so much pressure for them. Down to one man. they're just forced to go for the rewites on Alex. They just didn't have much of a choice. Well done coming in from Jing. A much earned win for sure from GSW. And Orgless, this is gonna be their, this is gonna be they're gonna be, I guess you could say GSW put the Orgless back to bed, tucked them nice and tight.
アンラッキーの出番はだいぶ後です。
Opportunities for Unlucky or even GSW to hopefully overtake that 53 pointer being set at the top of the table. But we do have a fight coming our way, and that's Alter Ego versus Orca TERA. I think that is definitely a little bit more challenging for Orca to push upwards up against Alter Ego. So unless if there's a flank that they could find somewhere in return, that might be pretty handy to slowly size them down. But Zanshin also receiving a little bit of attention coming from Monk. This has been a long trade-off between the two sides. Monk did lose one player very early on, if I'm not mistaken, up against some of these guys coming from Zanshin. Well, not exactly up against Zanshin because they're sitting at 0 for now, but it will just be a little bit more of a...
I believe it was Zen Esports, yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing about this season. You got Zenshin, you got Zen Esports.
but hey... Oh yeah, sorry.
They're almost the same. They're almost the same. Look, they were 20 points, both of them.
No, I can't believe you said that. No, I can't believe you said that, man. Take that back. But other than that, I'm really happy with Zen Esports' new logo as well. Very cool logo. They had a very... Not to say they had a terrible logo in the previous series, but it's still a cool new one. Anyway, back to the situation.
PVP だよ。
Nice cover up, my guy. Nice cover up. I see what you did there.
Decent exchange so far, 1 for 1. It's a battle between the rocks. It's just a matter of who's able to find a headshot first, right? When it comes, I believe you also can agree, right? When it comes to those CQC scenarios, especially mid-range gun plays, headshot just comes in clutch to really secure those rounds. A much needed one too. Oh, and that being said, looks like Orca is gonna be. Sorry, was it Orca? No. Yeah, so
Orca,
ATO. Yeah, Orca. All right.
That was quite a crazy full send coming from Alter Ego, though. I didn't really expect Queen to actually rush for it because there's technically just 3 players waiting for him to strike, and he kind of took the bait out of it. So now Alter Ego backs against the wall, but he does find one. Simoy, is he gonna get another one in the back? RDK looking for a shred down. Kind of missed the mark by just a couple of millimeters, but he has to deal with the incoming push coming out of the other members of Orca TERA. Simoy so far doing magnificently well, and they're looking to close the doors and
強すぎ。普通に。
to Orca TERA. You take one out of us, we'll take the entire bunch.
I am so shocked about it. I'm not just shocked, but I'm so impressed about that, right? Because it's we've seen, like, especially when it comes to CQC, right? We commonly see CQC like two players, or at least 2 teammates juggling between the player, forcing teams to juggle between the 2 enemy teammates, right?
木使ってもう一人のカバー一瞬だけするのすごすぎでしょ、
what
今の。
Alter Ego did, right? He forced remaining members of Orca TERA to juggle between 2
当
of
た
their
ってるかどう
remaining
かも
members
分かってなくない
long distance,
すごっ。
creating enough space for both Simoy and even the remaining member of Alter Ego to just push in a clean out house, man. I never seen that before. That's actually that was absolutely insane to me. Really well done.
That is
1ポイント取っ
what
てるね。
Simoy is always capable of. Back at home, Simoy
まあできるだけポイントを取りたいよね。
as the best Indonesian player for many years from teams
順
to
位関係
teams
なし
from
ね、今んとこ。
FPF days
順位
to
気にするのは仕留め
Onic,
以降。
RRQ, the
とりあえず
list
でき
goes
る
on.
限りのポイントを取
Now,
る。
brand new home in the form of Alter Ego. Vega Esports so far landing tree already, and that's gonna be kill number 4 if he does strike down the legs of that Zenshin member. Oh, connecting a couple of tags, but Teddy is also getting a little bit of attention coming in from Akosire, closing in the distance with that vehicle. And the zone's already moving deeper within the sides. And Zeno instantly gets struck down by GSW's Jing.
ちょっとね、参加したいよね、ここら辺のファイト。どうだろう。
Zeno, on the other hand, I don't think they're going to be able to go for the saves on that one later on. They really need to clear one of the members of Alter Ego first. That's going to be the last member, and then
FPP だったら、
いた方がいいんじゃないかって思うけど。
TPP だと、やっぱ動かない方がいいか。
4 kills to boot here, so a pretty great start for and a 5th place in the ranking. I mean, it might shift later on depending how this game goes, but for now, 5th place for day number 1, the leaderboard. It's a pretty great starting foundation for themselves as they make towards day 2, day 3. But now anyway, quickly take a look at the next phase here.
全に対してはプレッシャーしたいよね。
Teams are naturally, taking pot shots the other. If they can get a knock, that's great. If they can translate, if they can convert it to a kill, that's even better. But the kind of thing is, you get a knock at someone who's currently in the compound.
前後を狙いながらアーマーの方を見ないといけないと思うんだよな。
If it's on the flat fields, it's a different story. This might be an opportunity for ZSHN or even Team Unlucky, who's currently playing on the outskirts here. I mean, it's Erangel, right? It's a kind of map where you're allowed to play at the edge of the circle, unlike Murama. I mean, you can with Murama, but it's just more ideal to just get.
It's a lot more
challenging, right? Yeah, it's a lot more challenging. Yeah.
I absolutely do agree, and I like the fact that all these teams are going for
うわ、いや、それどうだ？きついぞ。
of Erangel right at this moment because this is their last
きつい
chance
気がするけど。
to really solidify their stance. And lo and behold, take a look at 6th place all the way to 10th. Everyone's tied at 21 points.
これ大丈夫なんだ。引いてくれるんだ。よかった。取れるんだったらいいわ。全然。で、これで、全のとこ見ながら、アーマー見る。場所は取れたから、あとは、全の後ろ取り警戒して。あ、そう、来てるよね。そう、今ファイトしてる。ちょうど。
A nice spray going to be able to knock down Lunlu, who was relatively low in the first place anyway here. So comes out to Xavier, the last remaining member, going to be proning down the grass. He heard vehicles coming by. Want to see again a nice opportunity. Spots out one, attempts to go for the spray. Unfortunately, the shots are not connected is what he hoped for, and that's going to be it for Savageman Esports for their run. 15th place in the ranking here. Now they're going to be taking a nice good rest. Hopefully to just reflect and prepare for day number 2. But anyway, the match goes on, and now Shadow Esports also hearing a lot of the commotion here towards the Wizard Tower here. Also want to join in the fray to rack up their points. Nan and 10 Trip, by the way, the Happy Squad, Nan can't afford to leave the Wizard Tower because 10 Trip is the one in the Wizard Tower. So he can't leave at the current moment of time.
これ怖いよ。これだよ。このファイトだよ。削りたくない。削られたくないよ。キロ入ってないよね。守って守って。あ、フェブも落ちた。頑張れ。3人抜き。あ、よかった。うわ、まあまあまあまあまあ。まあまあ仕方ない。まあ2名、2人だね。オッケーオッケーオッケー。あ、いや、でも詰めてくるな。あ、きついな。まあ、これ4キル今の。4キルだよね。オッケーオッケー。いや、相手のスーパープレイっぽいか
And this is also really great for them as well. Like, this is an
3人抜き
opportunity
してた
to
から
get
ね。
a nice spot for themselves. Pretty comfortable for the next few phases. I don't think we'll see like a super heavy shift in phase number 7 here. So NRG is pretty much good. That position that they have for themselves is pretty good for the next 2 phases. At least this is going to be my assumption for this. But Shadow Use on the other hand was a happy score on 10 to 9. Finally leaving the Wizard Tower.
ポイントは十分
Want to
よ
see they can get a couple of knocks.
0ポイントじゃないから全然いい。
It's going to be none. Finds the spring on Kamal. That's going to be a kill point for themselves here.
まあよく言えばもうちょっと欲しかったけど全然いい。全然いい。
No, they want to secure the edge.
うわ、いいグレ。これは5じゃない？
What?
Vega?
Numbers on Team
C4 で。うわー、すごいなんか1人で3人抜き2回ある。返して。
However, Team Newbies on the other hand is currently swooping him to finish up the job.
10 Trip he absolutely overheated on that one because he was just creating highlight reels one after another.
ね、
After that
1日平均10ポイント超えてるから全然いい方。でもまあ最後の試合の内容だけは見返した方がいいかもね。あとは今日1日通してこの試合の動き、まあでも打ち合い負けただけか、この最後も。まあ、俺的にはその車で移動するより先に前後1回プレッシャー、前に1回プレッシャーかけてから行った方が良かった気がするな。でもそんぐらいしかないかも、言うて。
In a circle that's not really going to be determining like the
あとは
outcome
相手が
of
上手かった
positioning that they have.
だけ。
They just decided to play a little bit more safer and head straight
そう
to
いう
the
試合もあるからね。
Team Newbies on the other hand, hoping to see a little bit of aggression coming. What's going to be the call from Happy Squad here? But it looks like none going to be playing for placement or just going to succumb himself to the zone so that no one else takes the points off from him here. So Team Newbies also making another safe call, making their way into the circle. But it looks like NRG, who already found the sanctuary of their positioning of this compound here, will be able to reign all over Team Newbies parade here. They were able to secure a vehicle for themselves, none succumbing themselves to the zone, not giving any team the points here. And now we're down to our final 4.
気づいたら、まあこの形か。集落取ってたもん勝ち。
Yeah,
it's phase 6, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you went to
ああ、まあ強くない ?1。
Like, what? My favorite team's gone?
強くない
Yeah, that's how quick it goes by. And ARMR Esports right now having the favor of the zone. And
いや、めっ
the
ちゃ
only
強いぞ、
problem that they
1。
have to deal with right now is gonna be Nirvana Rebirth Soldier Gaming. Every season, I have to slowly pronounce their name since it's a mouthful. It's like it says NRG, and then somebody think like, oh, is it the NRG org from NAEU? Nah,
Ooh,
no. This is NRSG actually. I kind of wish they put the S into the name to make it a little different, but you know, well, they can be the NRG of
EU の NRG じゃないっていうことを、なんか S があればなって言ってる。
High and mighty,
Nirvana
and
Rebirth
this is their
Soldier Gaming.
first top 4 finish for the entirety of the night. So can this be the grand conversion that they're looking for? A chicken dinner to at least lift themselves a firm shot for day 2.
Yeah.
まあ、ヌービーズは無理だな。
So although it is going to be a little bit of going to be quite the challenge for this team currently at the moment of time, because they are being pit against Team Newbies, who's currently close proximity as well, since they came from the same exact direction. Vega is not too far apart, but then again, this is also the kind of team where they're not going to watch a fight ensue and not try to gain something out of this at the same time. ARMR East, on the other hand, it seems like they have a really great vantage point from the forestry area, although it's a little bit of a you know, it's a hill, right? It's a slope. It's a hill and a slope, right? But they do have the vantage point for it. Team Newbie, or Translucent in this case here, just trying to bide as much time inside the blue zone as much as possible here. Does have one more first aid kit. I think Team Newbies has decided to succumb themselves to the zone. Looks like it gets knocked out by Suspect, so that's gonna be a big pickup for the side here, for the team here. Whereas NRSG in this case is gonna be able to find some of the members of ARMR Esports here. And now it's going to be coming down to, as both the team has able to spot each other from an eagle-eye view. Vega, on the other hand, I'm not sure whether ARMR has spotted them out just yet.
Probably not quite just yet.
They've been pretty silent, right?
Yeah, they've been very, very elusive. A respectable top 4 finish for the side of Team Newbies. By only drawing 1 kill point this round. Cherry's got a massive AWM. He just needs a peek onto the shoulders of either members of NRG. And oh, goodness gracious, he's just gonna slowly pin them down. He's got the suppressor on as well. And they just have no clue what they're dealing with.
いや、この距離だって聞こえるんじゃない
That is so dangerous.
サプレッサーつけてるから聞こえませんって言ってるけど。
Vega has been sitting right underneath their noses for the entire time. And nobody's got the zone advantage for the moment. as they're all playing just by the edge of it. Cherry's only down to 10 more bullets on the AWM, so he's got to be really wise about his pick-off decisions, and he just quickly marked their locations for the meantime, and finally he does actually get a glimpse of it just through the corners. And ARMR Esports, they're not going to be going with haste, at least with all this intel. They want to ensure that this chicken dinner will be theirs by the end of the night, but still, Vega, they've been unchecked for the entirety of this round.
Well, at least until now, at least here, because that's pretty much why you only see PV and one of the members of ARMR Esports just focusing on NRSG. The rest of the members is just focusing down south here. And now with Vega finally revealing themselves, because NRSG intends to try to go for the flank here, went to the bottom side to clear things out here, now succumbing to the ordnance here, and thanks to natural gravity, because it's descending down the hill. So this ordnance is going to naturally roll down here. Now it comes down to Vega.
ドンカツは諦めてなさそう実際了解したベガにキル獲得だからまあ十分だねこれ勝ち切ったらすごいけどねあ逃げた
Oh, this is going to be an uphill battle for Vega, and they're slowly being pinned out of the zone. There's only one member left. ARMR Esports have finally nailed it down. And there we go. Flex it all you want because you guys absolutely deserve this big, fat win. ARMR worked so hard for it. They were so close back in Miramar, and now the faithful is rewarded.
Oh yeah, I mean, it really came down to really great call-outs, right? The suspect being the idea of really just ensuring that the team takes the best route as much as possible here. And once and literally when the time came for them to be super aggressive or at least to pivot for certain positioning, that's when he sends out pivot. He sends out the hounds. He searched them all out and hunted them each of them down here. Sure, one could say some could say that the situation did favor them in certain situation. That is true. That is definitely true. But other than that, it's just really just how the team really capitalized on that situation. We also see teams in the past where got a good spot, got a good opportunity, but still dropped the ball for this. So in this case, ARMR Esports did not drop that ball. They secured it for this last match of the night, and that's gonna be setting them at least a great foundation as they make their way into day number 2 here.
It's the beards, man. I tell you, it just empowers you to do the unthinkable. And PV, he was leading the charge throughout the very final fight, and I started to wonder, like, okay, we were thinking that hey, Vega's been elusive. Then you come to think of it, they were fully in check by ARMR Esports the entirety of the time because they can't afford to beat them.
Yes.
So the only way out, both of these teams just have to focus down on NRSG, and it was just going to be a walk in the park. And the call for PV to push was absolutely genius.
Yeah, it really the cards was all in their favor here. Let's be honest here, because ARMR Esports, they came from the north side, right? They got the full control of that north end here as well here. So they didn't really need to try to speculate whether Vega is going to be coming from that north, because they know for sure there's no one's going to be there. That's why they had like both PV and Suspect, just both of them just being on NRSG's case here. The south side was just Dusty and the last remaining member of ARMR Esports just to keep them in check should anyone try to scale up that hill. But by the way, beautiful nade coming in from Tenshi, right? Like this round, at least this past few matches so far, I think this last match as well really showcased like his decision making in tight spaces, right? Like he knew he knocked out one from the vehicle, so that's 3 players. He's really keeping track of how many players in the squad, right? 1 knocked, 2 with a nade. He really knew for a fact, you know what, that's just the one last guy, and I'm just gonna push for it.
Yeah, and I think that Vega also did take their sweet time where they didn't exactly spread out for maybe a little bit more of that space. The moment that they tried to engage onto NRSG, then the timing was kind of unfortunate because the zone was closing in on them. So they ran out of that space to really fend off against the rest of ARMR Esports. And of course, ARMR Esports played that to a T. Every member was in the right position and the right time as well in order to really secure the round. First one for the side of Oceania as well as Australia. So I'm super happy for the boys because, you know, they've worked all day long and they've remained very consistent throughout some of these matches. A couple of hits, a couple of misses in between the way, but have always remained to be pretty much in the mixture of having that balance of survival points on top of getting plenty of kills along the way as well. So we might even see them within the top 4 after this chicken dinner. Meanwhile, with Vega securing a top 2 spot with decent amount of kills that they've gotten this round, I think that it might be sufficient for them to claim that top spot, which was being held by Orcless, which Orcless, this was the first match that they actually bow out super early, and it absolutely cost them.
That is true. What was the amount of points? Actually,
53 to beat. Yeah.
53 to beat, right? So, because I'm also trying to recap on Team Unlucky, right? So, they bail out early. They couldn't get the placement point for sure. I don't think they have a lot of kill points for themselves here. So, I don't think they will be gatekeeping any of the two, or at least gatekeeping Vega in this case. Yes, yeah. But
I mean, Vega's got 8, man. I'm pretty certain that they're number 1 right now. But take a look at this. They did only 800 over damage, means that all these kills were actually stolen in the midst of some of all these fights. Meanwhile, ARMR, they worked super duper hard with 2,000 over points of damage. They only secured 5, but most importantly, the chicken dinner was theirs for the taking.
Yeah, no, ARMR Esports was in very similar situation with NRSG, right? They got a nice spot for themselves, not a compound. They got this nice high grounds in the forestry area, right? But that just allowed them to. But the only difference was the fact that they just had a really great vantage point to really poke at a lot of players, harassed a lot of them. They couldn't convert the kills, unfortunately. Hence why there's only 5 kills. But the amount of damage really just speaks volumes to the fact that they were just really knocking down, they're really just doing a lot of damage to any team that was really caught in their lines of sights here. And don't forget, they had an AWM on top of that. They had like all the mini 14s, which has been pretty on point for at least this remaining 2 matches here from what we've been seeing so far. So ARMR Esports, especially for the map of Marama, able to get that top 3 placement, and now here securing that chicken dinner here. That's a lot of points coming in from ARMR Esports here. I'm really excited to see where they're actually last in this ranking here. Getting to that top 6 or maybe top 5, I'm not surprised about that at all. But here come the team stats here, and that's Cherry. That's your sniper player, the player that we saw the POV just now with the AWM here. That's the one that's dropping in the big numbers here. And everyone, it's not just him. Everyone was just really contributing this for that mid to long range battle here. It was only that close range where we see PV just really closing in with the rifle to seal the deal here. So really well done coming from ARMR Esports.
And the recipe to the success is, you know, good beard and big biceps. I mean, they flexed it out. Of course, if you guys got big guns, you gotta show it. And tomorrow they're gonna do it all over again. ARMR Esports, they should be climbing their way to the top.
成功の秘訣は
I definitely am
上
super
腕二
excited
頭
to
筋
what
と
tomorrow
顎
will
ひげ
unfold, but
らしい。
it's been quite the long day for some of these guys, even longer day for names like Savage Man and RSG, which worked really hard, didn't really back as much as they really would like to acquire. And of course, with that said, let's take a look at the man of the match, Suspect. He's been able to convert majority of all these damage into some kills, as well as 3 knocks, and of course, surviving it towards the tail end to wrap things up with a big win. So kudos to him as well as the rest of ARMR Esports, and of course, massive respect to all the other squads that did participate throughout the entire span of the day. But ARMR, I like the trajectory of how they've worked things out from every respective map. They definitely do know the form of check and balance. And if you take a look at their gameplay, they're always having a very good formation to really play towards one another.
Yeah, especially it became more evident, especially when we got towards the end of the night here for day number 1 here. The first 2, you know, as usual, a lot of teams is just trying to check out that roster, trying to get the groove. Get their groove into the motions, right? But other than that, we start seeing teams who was really just blasting out of that gauge. I think Vega in particular was also able to find their groove in the process alongside with ARMR. I think a lot of teams really started getting a really good feel about it and just had really better performance as we got them towards the end of the night here. Sure, some teams still had probably was more prominent in the first 2 matches. I think that's probably going to be Team Unlucky here, right? But currently, for match leaderboard, they were only able to secure 5 points on themselves. Still able to get that 1 place, and surprisingly, I actually didn't think that they were able to enter any placement points at all here. So That's going to be 1 point additional with the 4 kills that they had here. So that's 5 points. It's not a lot, but at least it's helped to contribute with the foundation that they had initially set for the earlier few rounds. And today's record, of course, none other than Alec. I don't think anyone's going to be beating his record anytime soon here. At least to us, as the matches was going by, I was thinking like, there's no way anyone's going to beat his record for total kills or the amount of damage he's doing. He's like getting like 6 kills almost per round here by himself alone. It's ridiculous to me.
Well, at least the boys from ARMR are chasing in on that score sheet, though. In the form of kills, it is relatively close between 1M Bot, Alec, as well as Ronax. Only 1 to 2 kills to separate them apart. So we definitely do expect by tomorrow these numbers will absolutely shift. You take a look at survival time. I think like the rule of law for the rest of Team Unlucky is that survival is of utmost importance, which is why they've been able to hold firm into a top 3 spot. And take a look at this. Malaysia sits right at the top with Vega Esports, churning out 56 points within the span of the day.
高すぎるな、ポイント。みんな取ってるな、意外
For
と。
the side of Unlucky, GSW comes in 4th on their debut run. How awesome is that? I want to see more coming from GSW, and of course, I'm excited for the boys from ARMR Esports because, you know, this is the first of many chickeners to come for some of them. But tomorrow, I believe the rest of the field will look even hungrier for those wins.
Definitely, for sure. That's when you really want to try with the foundation that you got. You really want to solidify because most of the teams really want to get to that day 3 in a more comfortable manner. Where all right, we just need to secure ourselves. We don't want to be on this sprint where okay, every round we need to get a chicken dinner and every round need to get like at least we need to kill like half the lobby, right? But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 2, this is going to be our matches for tomorrow. Naturally, starting things off, we're starting off with Erangel, Tego, Rondo, Marama, and then ending it with Erangel. Pretty much the same map order, I believe, as we had for day number 1 here. So not much change, but this is going to be the rotation that we have for tomorrow here. I'm also, you know, you mentioned about the ranking as well, contrary regarding for coming from Vega. ARMR Esports also jumped, I believe, from 9 to 7. That last round was really just enough for them to bump out to 5. That was really great. There's not much changes to some of the middle teams that in the leaderboard that we saw just now who had like total of 21 points. So not much change there. Maybe some slight changes, but other than that, no. But anyway, that's going to be today's matches. But also at the same time, just want to remind you guys again about our next stream that's going to be happening after this. I believe it is going to be the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring that's going to be happening after this. So do stick around for that one for sure. It's also going to be another exciting match to watch for sure.
That's right. You got some of the hot favorites waiting for you guys in a couple of minutes. So if you guys want to, of course, witness all these amazing action, tune into the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring, which will happen in, you know, less than an hour. So till then, of course, I hope you guys do stick around. Make sure to also follow us on PUBG Esports APAC for even more of our editions of every single news that you gotta know about what's happening here in the PMS and beyond. So it's been a pleasure casting with you for today, and it's always great to be back here in the PMS. So any last words before we wrap this one up?
No, I'm actually just really thankful for, especially to all our viewers that's coming back, fellow PUBG fans. I hope you enjoy, because this is just day 1 for the APAC side. More PUBG action to come for the next few weeks as well. It's not just this series. We also have EMEA that's going to be happening. We have the Thailand and Vietnam having their own respective qualifiers at this. That's going to be happening at the side. It's a really great month for a PUBG fan, let's be honest. So thank you all so much, and hopefully you support your favorite teams for sure.
All right, thank you so much for watching. Once again, thank you to Crafton, Combo, and everyone behind the scenes for an amazing run of PUBG Master Series. We'll see you guys once again tomorrow, same time, same place. Till then, we bid you good night.
いやー、アンラッキーとしてもいい一日じゃなかったのかな。平均10ポイント以上。そうだね、最後の2試合ぐらいだな、見返すのはアンラッキーは。 それ以外は全然良かったと思うな。よくあるのが、あれだね。見ないといけない、その2つの方向があるときに、3-1で分かれてて、ちょっと崩れることが多いかな。そこを変えた方がいいの、変えてもいいし、その精度を高めるか、意識するか、するしかないかな。でもそれぐらいしかないと思う。大きく変えないといけないのは。いやでもナイスファイトだった今日。一日通して。それでも多分ハイライト終わったら配信終了する感じだよね。これはちなみに何も言われてないので、いつ終えた方がいいのかがわからないんですが、これまで、天の声やらせていただきました川原ジョン・マイケルです。AKA アリエス。この後 EMEA があるらしいんで、見たい方はどうぞ1時間以内に始まるらしいんで。それではまた明日。ありがとうございました。お疲れ様です。